Good evening everyone, and welcome back for some more Laurence plays. And today, once again, it's time for some Factorio space exploration. So, let's see. The end of the last episode, what were we doing? Oh yes, I'd built up this vulcanite processing system here on Miochin, and this is hopefully, at least in theory, capable of booting out about 3 full blue belts worth of vulcanite that flow into this chest, into this warehouse here. And then I've got a spaceship that flits back and forth between here and Nauvis. So if we have a look on the map, where is it at the moment? Nowhere, must be landed. Let's have a look on Nauvis. Yes, here it is. It's still unloading from its last trip. Okay, so we've got about 30,000 what do you call it, vulcanite in here. So it's going to take a little while to empty all of that out. But then once it has, it can then fly back up to back out to Miochin, reload again, and pick up and transport all of this stuff back again. And as far as I can tell, this seems to be working pretty well. We've got 20,000 here. That means we'll probably do a train any minute now because we're probably short of vulcanite over here. We are very short of vulcanite over here. Okay. Yeah, there we go. There's a train pinged in, so that's working nicely. And this should all work completely automatically and just fly back and forth happily all by itself. Hi Anton, hi Mark, welcome to the stream as always. Good to see you guys back again. And yeah, so next thing up is to think about what to do next. So the first thing is I also built up this core mining system over here. So we've got the 6 core mining drills pulling up loads of the red core fragments, and then we crush those down. We get out a load more vulcanite that goes into the station up here to be transported off to be processed, and also the normal core fragment and a bit of stone as well. So those are currently just getting shoved into these warehouses over here. So in order to get this working, I'm going to need to have a spaceship coming over to pick that up, take it off somewhere to do something useful with it. So that's going to be the next thing for me to do. Hey Peter, welcome as well. So how are we getting on? Yes, I've built the core chunk process. I've mostly done that, but I do need to set up a core chunk transport ship that goes from Miochin to Nauvis, and I kind of want to set up a vulcanite from Miochin to Nauvis orbit ship as well. So there's a couple of ships to set up there. Then I need to put up more core mining outposts as well, because this isn't very much. This isn't going to satisfy my needs for copper and iron and coal and everything else, all those sort of things that I don't really want to have to mine on down on Nauvis, because the mines are all running out alarmingly quickly. So I need something better for that. And especially copper ore, because I think I touched on this, I think, in one of the videos. If we look at the core fragment percentages. So if you process a core fragment, you get iron and copper and coal and stone in relatively similar quantities, although slightly more iron. You get less vulcanite, but you do still get some vulcanite, so that's quite good. And you get tiny amounts of uranium. So uranium is still a bit of a concern. I might need to do something about that. However, if I look at the rate I'm actually using stuff up at, bring up ores here, we find out that I'm using copper ore at about twice the rate that I'm using iron ore, and that's potentially a problem. If I look over a longer time period, yeah, it's about twice the rate. So I'm going to need to get quite a lot more copper from somewhere. So my secret plan B, or plan N+1, wherever I've got to, is to go off to another planet and start digging up the copper style core fragments, which can then be smashed down into, and for every 16 of those you get 5 core fragments and 10 copper ore, and for every 5 core fragments you get for every 3 core fragments you get 1 copper ore basically. So that'll get me about almost 2, and that'll get me another 10. So that plus doing the core fragment digging up on lots of other planets should balance out, I think, probably. So we'll give that a shot, see how it goes. Hopefully that'll be reasonably balanced. Now the only question is, how should I transport this? The answer might be I should transport it as these core fragments, because 16 of those turn into 16 other things. So depending on how well they stack, and I don't really know how to easily tell how well things stack, that could be much for muchness. Although these, you don't need to then sort the stuff at the other end, so you could just have several big warehouses that all fill up. Anyway, so there's lots of that. Oh, let's actually, while I still think of it, let's check. So if I look at the ores, we're using up. Stone is similar to iron, so that's probably going to be okay. The other one is coal, and that's a bit more, so I might need a coal planet as well. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. And yeah, coal usage might go down a bit now, so I'm not making quite so much rocket fuel out of oil in space. So that's bound to help a bit. Right, so that's a plan. Now it occurred to me as I was messing around looking at this earlier, I haven't really left much space here to put have a spaceship land. So if I have one like I haven't got one to hand. Let's look at Nauvis orbit. Oh, good grief! Show me places where I've actually got stuff. There we go. Nauvis orbit. I'm going to need a ship that's big enough for 2. So maybe I'll have to look at Tulip. Tulip must be a moon. Tulip. The spaceship here that has run out of electricity. Oh, for goodness sake. In fact, everything. Oh dear. This is not supposed to happen. Planets are not supposed to run out of electricity like this. Oh, I bet I know what the problem is. We'll have run out of... Yes, we ran out of uranium. Oh, no. So I realised that I was running out of uranium on Nauvis, and in the last stream I went out there and... Oh, hang on, it shouldn't be a problem, because there's all of these down here. Ah. I thought I fixed this. Must have been on a different planet. Right, so the reason this is broken is a bit weirder and quite a lot stupider. It's because we've backed up completely on the burnt out fuel cells. So we're not able to take the dead fuel cells out of the reactors, so we're not putting new ones into them, so the whole thing has just died. Oh, that's really stupid. Okay, looks like I'm going to need to flit out here and just sort this out, because my goodness, that's ridiculous. However, actually, let's have another look at Tulip while we're thinking about it, because that can, I mean, it's not going to make any difference if I do it now or if I do it in a couple of minutes. No, that's still a small spaceship. What I need is the one on Nauvis. Nauvis, that one. So I need a spaceship that's not quite this big. So I'm going to take a copy of that. And then drop back to here and have a look. So would there be room to... Of course there'd be room to put it in there. That's where it belongs. Down here. So I want to put a spaceship in like that, basically. Like that. So we can load those two in. Yes, actually, there would be plenty of room. And I wouldn't even have the water tanks in this one, because it doesn't need to do water. I'll probably put it about there, I think. Okay. I can see that working, actually. That's not too bad. Right, let's get this set up first, and then we'll go to Tulip and sort that out, and probably set another spaceship building in the shipyard in Nauvis orbit. So that again. Let's turn my robots off, and let's see if I can just put this down here. Let's see how much of that I actually get. Right, okay. That'll do. So, this tells me I'm going to need to put my underground belts here, 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 here. Okay, we'll go to 5. That's probably fine. Oh, don't actually place any of this stuff. I don't want it to actually be placed. Except that one. Oh, hang on. I was able to put the blueprint down, but not put the actual clamp in place. That's a bit cheeky. No, I don't want those there. How much? What? Okay, so these all need to be 1 square lower than I was thinking. And then, if I remember correctly, the clamp goes in there. So there's a gap of 1 in there. I'm pretty sure that's right. Okay, let's get rid of all of this now. Don't actually want any of that or this. And then over here, we'll put in the standard unloadery system. This. Okay, now you can come and start putting... Oh, I don't have enough belts, do I? See, puts on the right side of the belt, so if we do that, then we'll be correct. Except I only need 2 of these. Like that. Therefore I need 2 of those. Then we can feed these in like this. That's probably not going to work. Because why would it? That'd be helpful. There we go, put it in like this. That's better. Nope, not that. No. There, yes, that one. And then the stone can go in here. And there should be quite a lot less stone, so oops. That last one, there we go. So it doesn't matter that that's a mess. Right, yes, so that should work. We've got less stone coming through, more core fragments coming through. So I think having 3 belts loading and only 2 of those loading should be absolutely fine. Let's go and see if we can find some more blue belts up here. Did I actually join these logistic networks? I did not. So let's just do that, and then we'll see if that'll be an easier way to see. And then sleep power. Let's do it the easy way like that. I see a lot of bots moving, but they don't seem to be going quite where I'd expect them to go. What are they doing? Oh, they're putting stuff in here? Okay. Sure, whatever. I don't care. Let's just see if any of this gets built up. I also need to program these. And these, if I forget the last one. And they'll need power as well, of course, because I completely forgot about that. There we go. And that, to be honest, that is a spaceship landing point. For one that doesn't actually need any any pickup stuff. That should be absolutely fine. I'm a bit miffed. I think I'm just going to have to use white belts for all of this. So let's have one of those and say from blue to... Oh, okay. You can't use a an upgrade planner to go from blue belts to space belts. That's a bit rubbish, but sure, whatever. Boom, boom. No, that way, that way, that way. Like that. Right, okay, that'll do. So that now, when a spaceship comes in and lands here, it'll get filled up. Great. So I just need a copy of the oh, and this needs to be a number 8. I think 8 is the next number. I wrote all this down last time because I was actually organised. So yeah, mark that on the calendar. But yeah, this is going to be number 8, which is going to be core fragments. and stone. Okay, 8. So now, as I say, I just need a copy of the ship that's going to land here and is probably en route by now. Yeah, Lucas. I thought I renamed you. This is yes. This ship is supposed to be called the Volcano. Oh, maybe I renamed it in the video, not in the actual. Not in the actual stream, and I didn't save those. Seems like a good name for the ship that's going out and picking up the vulcanite. It's not actually going anywhere though. That's odd. Why are you not going anywhere? Got destination set as Nauvis orbit. Nauvis orbit makes sense because you've just taken off. You're being told to land at a number 7. Maybe the landing refueling point on here isn't set to be a 7. Maybe there isn't a refueling point. No, it's set to land up here, isn't it? So that should be that is a 7. Oops. Just show me. There needs to be an easier way to do this. I did fix, yes, well, I fixed a wiring error. I'm not sure. There may have been another one that I fixed in the video. So yeah, the first one was this one here, linking these two together to tell it to take off and fly to Nauvis orbit, which I did fix, and it has in fact therefore taken off and flown. The engine's not running. Why is the engine not running? Because it's got a destination set, and it says it's 11 minutes away from it, so it's travelling very, very, very slowly towards the destination. Okay. Because the engine isn't running. Why is the engine? The engine's got fuel. The engine's got power. Oh, do I not have a speed set on this craft? I think that's what that one is supposed to be for. Yes, that's what that one's for. Right. Oh, goodness sake. Does it not get... It gets set on takeoff, but it doesn't get set when in flight. Right, that's the problem. So I need to not press N at the wrong time. I need to wire this combinator up to here somehow. Isn't there a... Yeah, there's that. Oh. Okay, for now I'll do this manually then. There we go. Right, okay, problem has been found. Problem has been solved. And now it's flying at the proper speed as it should. Good, okay. So this is something that will need to be fixed in order to get it to actually fly around properly. Yeah, that's a pain. Okay, well let's start making the next spaceship because I can. Have I still got all of the bits for that in my paste buffer? That's the question. No is the answer. Okay, so I'm going to need. Oh, actually, did I make? No, I haven't got. Grumbles. I need to make blueprints for. That is a spaceship, essentially, with tiles. Spaceship rear. Not sure where to put this so it actually gets fuel, come to think of it. Because I suppose I could put it here once this one departs. Maybe that's the best thing to do. And then we want this much for the for a spaceship that's going to for the middle part of a. I said we want this much for the middle part of a spaceship. I keep forgetting. I'm concentrating so hard on selecting the right stuff. I keep forgetting to press shift. There we go. Spaceship warehouse and spaceship front. There we go. So now once this one goes, I'll put another one in here for now. That's a nice. It seems to be a nice. It feels like a nice, easy way to do it, and then I don't have to worry too much about exactly where everything goes. Then we'll have spaceship. Will take two of these warehouses as on the inputs. I bet I don't even have. No, I don't even have. What do you call it? Yes, that over there. So I'm gonna have to, actually I'm going to have to build it over here. Why don't you have power? Oh, okay. I don't know where those blueprints have gone. So I wonder, it's not, it doesn't exist in here, so it makes me wonder where on earth it's come from. Have you any idea where that cog has come from? Because I certainly haven't. Right, oh, maybe. Let's put in a pylon substation here, just so that gets powered. Right, we'll put in the first part of a ship here. The middle, I want 2 middles on this one. Actually, let's let this get built first, because I don't know exactly what I'm going to need there. So, I think actually now is probably a good time to fly off to Tulip, because I don't want that to be broken for too long, because it's just going to take a pummeling from the whatchamacallits. I wonder if we've got enough fuel to take off from Tulip, or I'm going to need to go back to 40%. How big's Tulip? 2,400 compared to Nauvis, which is 5. Yeah, I think that should be enough. Right, okay, let's fly to Tulip. Right, what was I saying? Yes, I want to go to Tulip and get that sorted out as quickly as possible, because otherwise I'm going to run into problems with the meteorites smashing the hell out of everything I've got set up over there. Do I have a yes, I do have some centrifuges. Good, so I can actually fix the problem as well as just going in and sort of tidying it up a little bit. Excellent. Right, while that's happening, I can sort of ignore that, because it's going to take a little while, specifically a minute and a half. Okay, not a particularly long while, but it's going to take a little while to get there. So let's go back to Nauvis orbit. I keep turning things off, and this is annoying. Just trying to turn everything on so I can see all the places where I've actually got stuff. Tulip. No, not Tulip. Nauvis orbit. For goodness sake. Get a handle on things. Oh, that's the point. I haven't actually updated yet, so this isn't yet a problem, but yes, that's an excellent point. It will be a problem in the not very distant future. Yeesh. I've got those things not being put down properly. Let's try it again now that there's some ground there and see if that works. So that should go like that. I still don't want that one. I'm going to want 2 of these, as I said. This doesn't have... Somehow I copied this without getting the tiles. I shouldn't be this tired this early in the week, or this incompetent at all. Right, let's put these in now. So that can go there, I think, because we only need 2 filling it up. So put one there, and a second one there, and then we need a front, which is like that there. So that'll all get placed down. Then I can start on the next. Start putting that in. I haven't updated it, so it can't be. I don't know what version I'm on, and I'm not sure if I can easily find out whilst in game. So yeah, I think I should be safe from those extra biters. What was I just thinking? Oh yeah, there's loads of the fuel tanks down there for launching, so that should be all right. Okay, so put in 2 of these, 1, 2, and one of these. There we go. That'll be a complete ship. I'll need to. Oh no, it won't, because I haven't got any of the combinators being made automatically, or apparently possibly all of the warehouses. Oh well. Right, let's carry on with the more important things. So I want to anchor on Tulip now. So I don't want to go up there, because everything I need to do is down here at the bottom. After this, I need to go to orbit anyway to refuel my spaceship. So I think when I go there, I'll be able to place all of those combinators and things, because for some reason I've never got around to actually making those automagically. That's something I really should do. Okay, let's land about here. This will do. Bloop. Okay, so up here we need to have a centrifuge, like so. Put it there, then I can put that there instead, and then put a long-handled inserter there to pass the uraniums back across. So we want you to reprocess the nuclear fuel, and we need to run those there as well, like that. Okay, that should work. So if I grab a handful of these, and then go like this. Okay, close enough. Then that should bring them back up to temperature fairly quickly, and everything should start to just work again. Let's do some repairs while we're here as well. Oh, right, okay, no, the problem isn't the inputs, it's the outputs. There we go. So I need to take these out of, I need to take the spent fuel cells out of them, not just put new ones in. Yep, that looks like things are starting to work again. Excellent. Now I'm not going to be able to just shove these in here because this is full, hence the problem in the first place. So let's just dump those into there like that. So this should now be a problem that will gradually over time sort itself out. I think in the interest of making things actually work properly, I'm going to put in another chest here to dump them all in and just get things going again properly, like that. That way we'll actually pull through all of these excess burnt out fuel cells and things, and we shouldn't have problems again, at least for a while. Fingers crossed. Right. And now we've got them actually being reprocessed. The original problem shouldn't happen again. We've still got the uranium-238 not being produced problem, and that's due to the shortage of uranium down on Nauvis, which I talked about a bit at the end of the last run. And the problem is that we don't have very many uranium mines running at the moment, so there's no uranium coming in here, and it's all just got used up here. Lots of it's been turned into ammunition, which is a bit of a shame because it's a bit of a waste. And then lots of it has gone around here, been turned into fuel by these things, so there hasn't been enough to fire through the what's the name delivery cannons to get it back out to the other planets that need it. So that's a bit of a problem. We have a serious shortage of uranium production on this planet at the moment. There is a one uranium mine left here. This is the one I put in the last episode because it was such a crisis level, and so we're just waiting for this to fill up. That's got 19,000. That's nearly full then. And I spent some time as well tidying up some of these other ones. Did I pull all of the uranium out of these? No, I didn't. So there's a little bit left in here. We've got 5,000 there. We've got 9,500 there. So it's probably worth sending some trains out to go to these stations to pick up as much as they can, and then take it up to the uranium drop-off point, just to get it filtered through, and hopefully that'll then make this start kind of working. It's not ideal doing it like this, but I do need to empty the stations at some point. So I think it is probably worthwhile. Okay, that will tide us over for a little bit. Were there any more? That's an iron mine. I'm sure there were some more uranium mines around somewhere. That one I've talked about. There's one here. How much have you got? You've got 18,000. That's more than a train's worth. Let's get that as well. So that was this one. Go there. Inactivity. Then go there until empty. Might need to do that twice actually, but I'll check that later. There's another one over here as well. All right, I bet that's actually stone uranium. Yeah, that's got another 18,000 as well. So yeah, I've actually got a fair amount that's been all been dug up, but is just sitting there waiting in the mine stations. So this bringing it all up here will at least again be a sort of another one of those temporary fixes that I've been talking about. So, how are we doing over here? That belt is now empty. Good. There's quite a lot in this chest, but that's to be expected. This has processed through 3 so far. But well, I say 3. I mean it takes in 5. It's dealt with 15 of them so far, and we've got like 3,500 of them. So that's going to take a while to get through them all. But as long as it runs faster than the ones that are trying to empty it, that's not a problem. Why do you not? Oh, are all the steam tanks full already? Or no. Steam is less than 500,000 then, and puts them in. Why is it not? It's got a green light on it. Oh, there's some random wood in there. What the hell's that doing there? Yeah, I don't know. Have another one. Sometimes things just don't work for the stupidest of reasons. Okay, is there anything else I wanted to do while I was here on Tulips? I've done the centrifuge. I don't care about the pulverizers anymore because I've replaced. I don't think. I do need to put defenses in there. I do need to put vita processing in. But I don't have the stuff with me to do any of that. Yes, we are missing a couple of pulverizers and an oil refinery, although that doesn't matter anymore up here. I don't. Ooh, I might have some pulverizers with me actually. They'd be in the possibly in the spaceship. I've got one. Ah, never mind. I'm not flying all the way up there just to half finish the job. Right, let's go back to Nauvis orbit now and start thinking about things there, like that other spaceship I'm making. Or actually, no, second thought. No, I'll go to Nauvis orbit, and then what I want to do is get some stuff set up for making another beaming outpost on in Calidus orbit. Now, I know I don't necessarily need to keep that one beaming station I've got firing all the time, but I do kind of want to have one that I just set up that points at Nauvis and I can forget about it, because then I can stop using uranium for nuclear fuel on that planet, and that will save a lot of this uranium I'm needing, allowing me to send it off to other planets, yes, and also use it for research and that sort of thing. There's probably not really anything stopping science apart from a lack of things I particularly want to research at the moment. I could do some of these things, I guess. Movement speed is good, actually. Health is good. Crafting speed, not that useful, but yeah, let's get all of those done. I suppose I could have productivity 7 as well. And more mine. 12,000! Crikey. More of that. I should probably start researching some of these more advanced astropacks. Well, there we go. There's some research. We'll leave that running. How long have I got? 1 minute 13. Okay, let's have a look at Nauvis orbit anyway, see what's going on there. How the ship construction is getting on. Right, so we're short a couple of warehouses. Yes, yeah, that's worth having, I think. Short a couple of warehouses and all of these brain boxes down here, so we'll need to get all of that done. I should probably move that from there to down here, just so that I can wire it in a bit more easily this time. Because I haven't properly fixed the volcano ship, which is a bit of a shame. I probably need to look at that. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we nearly there yet? Nearly there yet. So how is volcano getting on? I need a sort of if I select nothing, for it to show everything, and then I could just select the one I want when I want to see a specific thing. Because most of the time I want to see everything, but occasionally I don't, which is slightly awkward. Did that make sense? I think it makes sense. Okay, I'll watch this for 10 seconds. That's not too long. Even my attention span can cope with that. And then try and work out where to anchor. So it was in about the right place, so I need to put it down there so that it will refuel. Dunk. Right. What can we do over here? Ooh, we can do most of it. We should, come to think of it, disconnect something over here. like you're the output, you're the input. Input should... What's the input even connected to here? It goes to this power pole. Let's call that the main thing. It also goes to, oh, this decider combinator. Okay, let's hook that up to the power pole as well then. Right, so in order to make it launch, I connect the power pole and the input on the the input on the console. That's nice and straightforward. So I'm going to need to make some more of those and those, and get myself stuck on the engine at the end of the ship as well, because of course I do. Build all this up. This now has to have a speed signal on it, which is that one. 100 will be fine. And then I need to wire that up to the pylon as well. So eventually, when I'm ready for it to start going places, I can hook this and this up, and that should be all of the signals in one go. Should be. Fingers crossed. So now now we need to think about programming. So what was I doing? Oh, so this one is also going to be going to Miochin. So most of the settings are going to be exactly the same. The problem is, I almost need to have a different landing signal when it's trying to land in orbit here for refueling to when it's trying to land somewhere else, but I'm not going to do that for now because that feels complicated. It's probably easier just to extend this a lot further up and put in another one of these for it to clamp to. So yeah, that's what we'll do for now. And try and measure it so we don't end up with overlapping spaceships, because that would be bad. Actually, it wouldn't be that bad. It would just slow down the refueling process, because occasionally you might end up with spaceship queues, and that'd be a bit silly. So we need to change the landing thing. So that needs to not be a 7. That needs to not be a 7. That needs to be an 8. I think that's the only change, because it's doing the same. It's doing the same route. It's doing Miochin, Nauvis, orbit. It's just going to be stopping at different loading points on each of those planets. So that's actually quite straightforward. The other thing we need to do is reprogram these to not be to be stone rather than vulcanite, like so. We need to get rid of the bottom input. Do that. Fine. And we've got two outputs. Okay. I think that should now be a perfectly workable spaceship. The only problem is it doesn't have any fuel in it, but I'll sort that out. We'll come over here. We'll build up an extra fueling point on the top of here. Now let's see how big was that other spaceship? It's that big. Okay, so that spaceship goes there, which means the next one needs to go there. Is that in a straight line? Put it there, then they won't interfere with each other. Oh, crap. Yeah. I'm going to have to work out how to line those things up a bit more cleverly somehow. I'm also going to need to go and get myself some more... Oops, somehow I faced the wall of that spaceship. I'm going to need to go and get myself some more... whatchamacallit? Scaffolding. This one for scaffolding? Yes. Got lots of pipes of various different lengths, so that should be alright, including, yes, underground and whatnot. Back up here. UB3. There we go. So extend this up. Oh no, this needs to be 3 wide, doesn't it? I've got a wireless keyboard, and for unknown reasons... Oh, I need a spaceship to come in here and actually be... What is that connecting to? Okay. It's probably one that... Oh, it'd be that cog thing that Tristan was talking about again. So somewhere up here. Probably about here, I suspect. We need to put in... Stop dropping them on the floor whenever I try to put one of these down. This is the most awkward part of doing spaceships, actually. Is trying to get the clamps and things to line up properly. It just... I don't know. I know I should be able to do all of it with blueprints, but it just feels awkward. So now if we take that, copy that to here, that should all line up perfectly. At least that's my theory. If it doesn't, I will be very confused. Nope, that one. Because these are identical designs of spaceships. At least the bottom part of these spaceships is an identical design. What? There we go. And you're a number 8. Good. You're a number 7. Okay. So that should work now. Let's see if I can fly this spaceship over. I'll get in it just so I don't have to keep faffing around with the what do we call it? So if we launch this and then anchor, it's quite nice that you can launch with no fuel. I appreciate that. Must be there. It is. Nice. Okay, so we're now fueling this ship up. The only so this is all set up now. The only thing we haven't got at the other end is the anchor point for it to attach to. Although, or did I put one in? I can't remember. Is the loading system? There's a bit of tidying up to do at the other end. Let's just have a quick look at the. So that's filling up as expected. So that's good. How are we doing? 26,000. So that's about half full. Yeah. This is a little bit slower than I would ideally like. My long-term intention is to start putting trains into my spaceships. So the way I think I'll do that is I'll keep more or less the same same basic design, but I'll shuffle all of the sort of the logistics parts of the ship into a column up the middle, and I'll put doors at the bottom here and at the top here, and have the trains and have trains just parking inside. And I think that should allow me to, well, it will certainly allow me to load and unload the trains much more quickly, which is obviously the whole point of that, doing it that way. The downside, if there is one, of this, I don't think there is really. It's going to require a bit more thought and a bit more design work and stuff like that. This is probably going to be okay though, because I can't help feeling that once I've got the ship going back and forth with significant loads of vulcanite in it each time it goes, that we're probably going to be basically okay for vulcanite on the remote on the back on Nauvis. It'll take a bit of time for it to fill, for all the buffers to sort of fill up and for everything to trickle through and just get to the point where it's actually not in a state of shortage. But I think this should be okay. I mean, that might be famous last words. We'll find out when it happens. So I was actually going to check to see if I have put a clamp in here. Excellent. And I've put all of the loady things in. All right, maybe shall I be really, really brave and send the spaceship off without me on it and just see what happens? I guess the worst case is that I have to go out there in my transport craft and find and sort of investigate things. But I'm cautiously optimistic. I think there's a good chance it'll work. So let's get out the ship. I think you're not supposed to be able to. I don't get them spawning from meteors because. Oh, so you can stop. Yes, you can stop the biters. You can stop the biters being brought in by meteors, I believe, if you shoot all the meteors down. It's just if any of them get through, you'll still get biters. Alright, so this spaceship is currently trying to fuel up, and it's a bit slow because there's not very much rocket fuel down here. Now, is that because these tanks have emptied? Well, interesting. These tanks are actually quite empty. I suppose I've been filling up a lot of spaceships recently, so it's not too surprising. Let's investigate and make sure that's actually working as it should. So how's Fuely doing? Fuel is sitting here filling up, and it's filling up incredibly slowly because there's one pump pumping into this entire gigantic ship. Maybe this is a reason I should be using trains. Um, uh, for the for fast loading, because I'm not used to fluid-based things loading quite so slowly, because trains are so quick, because you're going direct from tank into train, so it's really, really quick. Whereas this is going pump into underground pipe, into another pump, and then into one tank, which then has to dribble out into another tank, which then goes out into all of the rest of them. So it's a bit of a terrible design, if I'm being honest. Um, and I might be going to run out of fuel. And it's frustrating that this is the bottleneck in the middle. I could make another one of these ships so that they're when one is loading, the other's unloading. But I think that's probably quite a good idea. Let's just do that, because that's a nice easy way of fixing it for now. So I take that, take the tiles as well, blueprint, paste it in over here, make another spaceship. I mean, this is just going to add to the fuel shortage for now, but in the long run, it'll make things better. In fact, I'll have to put it down here because I'm going to need to get some fuel into this in order to fly it over to thingy place. Asalia? Asalia, that's the one. What? It was... So I've got a 50-50 chance of getting it right, basically, as you're telling me. That sucks. No, it's worse than that. I've got a 25% chance of getting it right because I have to get it not only correct in this axis, but also in the other axis. Is that right? Yes, but... empty tiles. Okay, good. Once the robots put down the other half of that, then at least I'll be able to get that to work. Why can't it be easy? Right, I have rather distracted myself here. So let's see. What was I doing? Oh yes, I was getting this ship ready to go out and get the core samples, core fragments. Sorry, I'm getting this one refueled so I can fly down and land on Nauvis and start building up something to deal with the core fragments. And then I need to go off to a copper planet and build up something out there that will not only be defended, because when I looked at my copper planets, I realised that planets. There we go. That's what. Right. There are two options for going out to for copper-based planets. One of them, and they both have very low threat percentages, sure, but they do have threat percentages. I think I'm probably better off going to Soteria rather than Girofan, because it's a much bigger planet, and that means that the chunks will come out much more quickly. And there's another one of these for me to get myself horribly killed in as well. So that's a bonus too. So I think Soteria is going to be the one I want to go to. But yeah, I'll have to take defensive stuff along with me. Solar isn't very good there, but I can use the beam power thing, so that's okay. Oh yes, actually, while I'm talking about going down to Nauvis, let's also pick up all the stuff I'm going to need to make. Let's go to Kalidas orbit again and set up another beaming power plant, because I think I'm going to want a 2 gigawatt. Actually, what is power consumption on Nauvis like? Let's have a look. Oh, that's a point. I didn't think about Delta V to get there. No, yeah, is that one of the that's a yeah, that's one in another system. Okay, forget that idea. I'm going to gear off because that's around Sakimi, which I believe is around Nauvis. So yeah, okay, that's changed my mind. Thank you for pointing that out, Tristan. Or I'd have felt really kind of stupid if I got there and gone, oh wait, it's taken me 3 days to get there. So it'll have to be gear off, but I think that'll probably be okay. Probably. What's that sound? Also, yeah, that's true. I could do that. I'd need to. Do I need to explore it? I'm not sure. But there's not going to be too much on too many biters on there anyway. It's only a 3% one, so I think a little perimeter wall will be absolutely fine for that. But yes, I'll probably will use the glaive to push the biters back. So what was the thing? Ah, yes, we're going to go out and we're going to make another solar thing. So that means I need to go and get an enormous quantity of those cables from over here in the energy area. Hopefully they'll be, having left it alone for an evening stream, hopefully there'll be enough cables up here now to just go over straight over and make everything. 500. It's not very many. I assume I just limited it, but that was probably foolish. Okay, let's have a look. There's going to be other things I need for this, I'm sure of it. But let's go down and have a shufty. Why is there a load of red alerts alerting me alertily? Nothing's damaged here. That's weird. Okay, here we go. Put those in there, and then we need inserters. So we're going to need one of those, at least two of those. No, sorry, one of those, at least two of those, and one of those. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I set a chest limit on it, which is probably foolish. I'll see how this goes and then probably go back and change it. Okay. Right. So what I was going to do, I was going to see how much power I need on Nauvis, and then estimate how much stuff I need in order to how many solar panels and things I need in order to get that to work. So here we're only using about 1.2 gigawatts, and that has peaked. Oh, it has peaked at 1.7. No, it's peaked at more than that. It's peaked at 1.7 plus presumably 0.1. So call it 2 gigawatts. And I'm going to guess there's going to be a bit of inefficiency in there. So I'm going to reckon on needing 3 gigawatts. Right, so I need 4 of those injectors. And no, sorry, I need 3 injectors, but I need 4 gigawatts of generation, which means 600 solar panels. Oh my god. How many do I have in here? 89. Good. It's that problem with the bloody mirrors again. They're all in the wrong place because they're all up here, and I haven't got any sort of system to transport them down. Maybe I should. I'm getting through a lot of these. No, it's ice. No, mirrors are further down. Ooh, scree. There we go. Lots of mirrors. Oh yes, I have. My robot shouldn't crash. I've got more than enough robot proofing to prevent them. Oh, unless a load of them crashed simultaneously, that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't really happen, though, surely. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, robots shouldn't crash and damage things. But they might crash just generally out of, crapness. Let's get rid of some of this. Probably do, actually. Okay, so how are we getting on down here? Yeah, exactly. So I saw lots and lots of the... Oh dear. Leftover cargo. And that was on Nauvis. Oh, goodness sake. Why has a train left a station with leftover cargo? Why have you got scrap? Where'd you pick that up from? The hell? How did one of my trains get scrap in it? That's ridiculous. I'm also not sure how to fix that. Oh well, I'm going to go down to Nauvis fairly soon, so I'll fix it manually then, I suppose. Right. The sigh. So what are you still waiting for? Everything. Okay. Mostly those antimatter cables, whatever those cables are called. Superconductive cables, that's the one. There's a bit too much hand feeding of things going on at the moment. I don't like it. But the problem is, I designed it. I like to think fairly well with things, all of these things sort of spaced out sensibly. But I didn't realise I was going to start needing things like, I suppose I could make holmium cable over there. Maybe that's a more sensible thing. Yeah, that's probably the most likely reason I can think of. Or, yeah. Grumble, 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 rockets, grumble, grumble. I'm glad I'm stopping using them. Okay, so you need some more of these. There we go. You need... Okay, you don't need any more of those. You need... I've got two energy beam chambers. You can just stop then. You don't need to run anymore. You've got none of those. You probably are going to need more of these. It's these aeroframe bulk. Okay. It's these intermediate things. That's fine. The bots will just bring all of that stuff over. Now, why have you stopped? Run out of solar panels. Why have you stopped? You run out of solar panels. Oh, that's okay. It is a slow process. Let's put speed modules and everything. That might be more speed modules than I strictly need in these. Yeah, 3 is probably a good number. Oh yes, and I rescued this speed module 9 from the other pyramid I investigated. So let's go over and put that in my science lab. What do you call it? Beacon. Because yes, okay, I'm not doing any science a lot of the time, but sometimes I do, and when I do, it's nice to have it run quickly. So I feel like this is the most sensible place to put these, where it's going to have the most positive benefit, essentially. So now we're up to a lightning 7.5 times normal, 7.5 times normal speed almost. That's pretty quick. Oh, have I got? Have I got a delivery cannon firing stuff here? Uh-oh. If I have, what the hell is it? Where is it firing from? Why isn't it putting it in there? And yeah, this rings a bell. I'm feeling oh dear. I have a vague feeling I did set up a delivery cannon firing stuff here, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, I know what it'll be. It'll be uranium, and that's why it's just started happening. So let's turn that off. That's probably what's been causing it. Right. Now the question is, where is this supposed to be shooting? I suspect it's wherever this one is shooting, which is Tulip. So maybe that's why we... Yeah, okay. Let's send this to Tulip instead. It's depleted uranium. It's okay. It should just be punching a hole straight through the straight through. But yeah, yeah, fair, yeah, it probably should be just punching a hole through the what do you call it? The what? Huh? Straight through the space scaffolding. Because depleted uranium is kind of heavy. Or perhaps because depleted uranium is kind of heavy, it's not putting a great deal in the delivery cannon, because it's still got to launch it into space somehow. Right, you. Go to Tulip. Tulip? Tulip. To... here. It says press N to exit satellite mode, and whilst that is accurate, it doesn't actually take me back to where I want it to go to. Enable disable less than 0. On. There we go. Right. Thank you for pointing. Thank you for helping work out what that was. Yes, indeed. 75 times the speed of a normal lab. Plus, it's packed full of these efficiency productivity modules as much as can be, much as reasonably can be, anyway. Oh yeah, I forget there's a back button. And so I think research is probably going about as fast as I need it to, given the given that I'm running out of ideas of things that I actually care about. Mining productivity actually would be a good idea. I could do with that. So we'll run that, and that's a 12,000. So it's going to take forever to run, even with all the speed stuff I've got. Energy shields I'm not too bothered about. Efficiency modules, I don't bother building any of the more advanced ones because I don't need them. Dynamic emitter sounds like something I am going to need, but that takes tier 4 research, tier 4 research, tier 4 research. I could get stronger explosives. I can't remember I don't really use explosives anymore though, so I don't think there's any need for that. Lab research speed, sure. I don't really need it again, but might as well. It's there. That's a tier 4. Break, sure. Let's have that. Spaceship structural integrity. That's got a tier 4 in it. That's only tier 3. Supercomputer 3. I don't really need it, but I could have material catalog, material science pack 4. That's useful. Projectile damage. I don't use bullets anymore either. I've got my lightning gun and my lasers. Laser damage would be nice, but artillery shell shooting speed, don't care about that too much. That's a 4. That's a 4. Don't care. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's have that. That sounds fun. Okay, that'll keep everything busy for a while. Yeah, and just use up all of the research packs that are being brought in. 12,000 is a lot of research. But like I said, it'll keep it busy for a little while. Oh, true. I am using uranium bullets on Nauvis. But they're doing enough damage. But then I suppose if I'm trying to save, yeah, if I'm trying to save uranium because I haven't got enough of it, then maybe that'd be worthwhile. What's these short of? Why are these not running? Oh, they're not running because I've got enough, maybe. Oh no, because I've run out of Vitamelange. Okay. Let's take those 6. Oh, I can't be bothered right now. Oh yeah, thank you. Not stopped, just not enough. Or are they? Or do you mean enough? Oh, I see what you mean. What? Why? Just why? If I send that out there, will they then all start to behave? Does that mean I've not got enough depots for all of my trains? I'm pretty sure I've got enough depots for all of my trains. I don't know how to... Oh, so I can click on there and I can open up the station. Like that. 15 trains with this as a stop somewhere. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 depot stations. That should be absolutely fine. I don't know why there was a second one trying to get in there, because I've fixed... Yeah, there's no... I don't think there's any problems with trains getting in this side. We'll find out when they all get back, I suppose. We'll see whether they all try and go in the right place. I suppose I could. Yeah, I could put a chain signal here and then all the way around to here. But the thing is, I want them to make sure they use both depots. Do I have chain signals? I don't have chain signals. Probably do somewhere up here though. There's some. All right, let's give that a shot. That's not a bad idea. Can I do that with a signal? I think I can. Limit trains 1. There we go. See if that fixes it. Right, so that rack is now full. Let's see if the next one that comes along goes into the other station instead. Here comes on. Yeah, so that should be working. There shouldn't be any problems there. Emphasis on shouldn't, sure, but you know. So that one, I don't need this many. That one and that one. Well, hopefully, yeah, I think that'll fix it. It's gone blue, yeah, that's gone blue as I'd expect. Right. Yeah, I'm not quite sure either, but we'll see if it does. And it was relatively easy one to fix. It's just a sort of train doing something stupid, and yeah, I don't like it when they do that. Okay. Have I now got to the point where I can start thinking about things again? Oh dear, the second train trying to get in there. How's this train doing for fuel ups? Ooh. It is full, and it is also still here. Oh, the first time it tries to launch, it won't do it automatically, I think. Did I actually link that up? I can't remember. No, I didn't. That's why it's not gone anywhere. Right, that to there. Blip. Yeah. And if I go to here, there we go. You can see it going. Right. Let's give it a name as well. I'm going to call it Core 1. No, I'm not going to call it Miochin Core. No, I'm not going to call it Core Miochin, because then it'll appear usefully in the alphabetical order. And the Core Miochin kind of works as a name for a spaceship, I think. Right, so that's off to go and get the core fragment. It will then fly to Nauvis orbit, and then just eventually, once it's loaded up, it will just sit there going, "Excuse me, hello." So we'll have to come back and deal with that. But for now, that should be okay. Right. So the next thing is either, depending on how. No, don't do that. Bloody bots. Right. Next thing is either to go off to Kalidus orbit and set up another power station, or possibly just go down to Nauvis and set one up there instead. Why is there such a shortage of glass? I think what I'm probably going to do. We've got one of those yet. We have. Yes. So let's turn that one off for now. Down here. No, we're short of the aeroframe bulkheads, of course. Yeah. All right. So once we get, I'm going to shove a load of glass in there manually, and I think I might just drop straight down to Nauvis and build up the system to take in the 1 gigawatt of power, and that way I can find out what the efficiency is like as well, which would be quite useful, I think. Where does glass sit in this system? Are you glass? No, you're plastic. You're glass. There we go. So we need a receiver like that. Jump. And then, yeah, so everything else exists down on Nauvis. So we can build up, as all the parts. Now the question is, do I want to use normal turbines and have lots and lots of pumps, or do I want to use condenser turbines and lose 25% of the power, but be able to recirculate the water? I think I want to use normal turbines, to be honest. I think that's probably I think that's probably going to be better. So let's head down there now, because I'm getting bored and I want to go and build something. So in here, let's see. So to make a beaming receiving thing, all I need is the stuff that's on Nauvis. To make a core fragment processing thing, all I need is buildings that are already down on Nauvis. But I probably need to do some design work as well. So we'll get down and we'll go down there and we'll get all that done, because that's interesting stuff. We like doing that sort of thing. So Nauvis, 3 seconds away. Let's go. Engage. Okay, it would be 3 seconds away if I could accelerate to maximum speed instantly, but that's sadly not exactly possible. So, well, where do I want to do all this stuff? Let's not worry about where I want to do all this stuff and just land the spaceship more or less at random. Oh yeah, I want to research up the better heat exchanger system at some point, but I think that's out of my research reach at the moment. Let's land. Yeah, we'll land here, just somewhere out of the way. Because there's I don't know what it's called. Let's see if I can spot it just looking at the pretty. Yes, that one. High temperature heat exchanger. That'd be nice. But that requires tier 4 of quite a lot of the researchers, so I'm not going to get that for now. It's unfortunately made of unobtainium. So, right, let's think about where first. So I'm going to need a big lake for this. So I mean, there are quite a lot of lakes around. One with a sort of fairly flat side would be useful. Well, up here might be quite a good place to put it. It's out of the way. If the beam misses, it won't be the end of the world. But I don't think the beam does miss, so I'm not too worried about that. And it's also not too far away from here where everything gets built. So yeah, let's go up there. And I'm going to go with a slightly different design this time. So let's see. I want to know how many what are the ratios basically. So I'm going to be bringing in crazy quantities of heat, so we won't worry about that too much. But a heat exchanger, that one, consumes 103 water per second. One of these produces 1200 water per second. So let's say 10, just because 10 is a nice number. I like 10 as a number. So we'll put 10 heat exchangers on each pump, and then and that produces 103 per second of steam. This uses 60 per second of steam, which is extremely unhelpful. So I need 1.5 of those for each one of these. So for every 10 of these, I'm going to need 15 heat exchangers. So one pump, 10 heat exchangers, 15 turbines. Right. And I'm guessing there's basically no limit to the amount of power this can kick out. I'll just whack one of those in and heat pipe it up to various ranks of turbines, then we should be okay. And then they produce what? 5.8 megawatts. So to deal with a gigawatt of steam is no 2 gigawatts of a gigawatt for now of incoming heat is going to mean assuming 100% efficiency all the way through, which probably isn't true, but I'm going to assume it for now for simplicity's sake. We're going to need like 200 of those, which means let's call it 100. So if it's 150 of those, then it's 100 of these. Okay, that seems like a good starting point, and then I can make another copy of that as and when required. So all that stuff is made here. So I want 100 of these, 150 of these, plenty of this, and that's and some offshore pumps as well, which I probably am not making, but they require me to pick up a load of copper. 10 offshore. Yes, 10 offshore pumps. I may need to come back. This is taking a long time. About 200 actually. A little bit of future proofing in there. And I'll take some tanks as well for it. Actually, you don't need tanks for overflow steam with this one, do you? Because it's because I'm incapable of finishing sentences. No, you don't need tanks for overflow steam because you don't have the same sort of storage type issue that you have with nuclear. So this should be a pretty straightforward design, I think. Getting rid of the cliffs is an important first step, of course. Oh, I should have brought some landfill, and I could have actually straightened this out a bit. Let's do that. But first, let's do the other part of it. So we want to put down one of these, somewhat arbitrarily. Then we have heat pipes coming off the side of it. We have heat exchangers, which are going to run. Okay, so the heat pipes go into the back of them. So if I put this, here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then these on here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm going to need power in here as well, of course. I'm going to have the water coming in at the top here, like that, from an array of pumps up there. I'll bring the heat, like where is it? There's the heat pipes. I can bring it from here. Let's go from there, because then I can do this, and then have it come across like that for the next row of them as well. And then run a why don't I have any pipes in my inventory? I'll go back and get some more of these in a minute. But this is going to be enough for the sort of making the basic design of it. There we go. And of course, then we need power. I'm going to stick with the cheap electrical poles just because why not? So I'll go from there. Learn to drag properly. Like so. Then I can copy this entire thing from here downwards. It's not... shouldn't be necessary, but it's not a bad idea. Yeah, okay, let's put a pump in there as well. So we'll take out that, put it in a square lower. So not there, but there. And then I can have a pump, like so. I mean, I said, then I can have a pump, like so. And a pylon for that. Then I can sort of copy this. This is a ridiculous shape. Put in another one. How close can I get them? Yeah, no harm in being as close as possible. Don't think. What did I say? I said 100 of these in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Caught. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oof. Right. That feels like a lot of power generation. It also feels like I might not have brought enough heat pipes with me, but that's okay. I can go back and get some in a moment, because I'm going to need to get more turbines anyway. And I'm going to need to get some landfill. Let's put landfill on the shopping list, because that's something I think I could do with having some of. We need a lot more heat pipes. We need a lot more turbines. And we're going to need to have all the offshore pumps I was making. That's fine. I'm going to need more pipes as well. Normal, traditional, basic pipes. Let's have what, 300 of those. Right, back over. Let's get all that stuff, and then we can get this finished off. And actually, I can get the beam pointed right in it straight away, so just to get it warmed up a little bit. I'll do that in a moment. Where's all my nuclear power? No, it's further north than this. Here we get. No, here. That one. The one that's going absolutely nuts trying to build everything because I'm pulling all of it out. Right, so we need another more than that of those. And also, I'm going to look at Calidus orbit. Find it this way. Calidus orbit. And I'm going to say you point at Nauvis at over here somewhere. There. Start warming that up. There we go. Now, so it goes. Started at 16 degrees. It's obviously winter on Nauvis at the moment. It's a bit chilly up there. But there we go. That'll start that going. It appears that I need more pylons as well. Must construct additional pylons. I wonder if I actually need this many. Whether I could have half of them. No, never mind. Don't care. Am I being brought pylons? I am being brought pylons. Am I going to be brought enough pylons? Probably not. Let's make that 100 as well. So that's coming in, that's coming in, that's coming in. Right. I needed more heat pipes. Let's hope that's enough, because that's all there is. I've got the landfill coming, hopefully. Let's get rid of that stone, don't want that. Yeah, landfill's coming in there. It's good. Pipes coming in happily. Pylons are coming in, so. I think I almost certainly can. Let's do that, since I seem to be short of pylons. Let's do that when I get back over there. I say I'm short of pylons. I don't really mean short of pylons. I just mean it's a faff to put that many of them down. Okay, to be honest, that's close enough. Oh, actually, let's grab any more turbines that have been made since I last looked. Turbines, turbines, turbines. That one. 7. Great. My medium-term plan is to then put another identical copy of this on the other side of the beam receiver doohickey. View, I think. Yeah, if I grab that down there, I should be able to remove those pylons and those pylons. I've left the ones at the top. Schnick, schnick. Schnick. There we go. One gap. This one. Oh, I've got some rocks at the bottom there. Never mind. And this one. And I'm gonna leave the last one in because otherwise that probably just won't work. I suppose in theory I'd move it to the other side of it, but let's get all this stuff placed first. I think is a slightly higher priority. Now, if I come up here, while that's happening, I'll manually straighten this shoreline out a little bit. Now, I'm probably not going to have enough to just go straight across it, so let's start putting the pumps out and then straighten it up where it's a problem. So we need one there, one there. There's a problem there. One there. Now I've realised I still don't have enough heat pipes, which is a bit of a pain. I might need to do another shopping trip. And then pipes. And then power for the pumps as well. That'd be useful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I guess I need to link all of this now back into sort of the central power system. So that there, and then where's the nearest point where there actually is anything? Oh, straight down there at the bottom. Okay. More stuff in place. I'm slightly surprised at just how many heat pipes this design has taken. Well, I say surprised. I'm not actually surprised. It's just, but it is taking a lot of heat pipes. There we go. So we might have it's sort of just about starting to work a tiny bit, kind of maybe at this point. How hot have we got here? No, we're only up to 200 degrees so far. All right, let's go and get some more heat pipes. And that'll then allow me to hopefully finish this off. And maybe there'll be some more turbines done as well by now. And this will allow me to turn off one of my nuclear power plants, I reckon. At least that's the hope. We'll have to see how much extra power we're generating from this. So we take heat pipes, so 57, okay. Turbines, 15, sure. I'll just spend the whole episode flying up and down on this diagonal line across here from the from the sort of productive part of the factory over to where the energy is being generated. Nearly there, nearly there. Bet it's going to leave a gap in some stupid place. Yeah, like that one over there. Oh, I can pull these up. They're not needed. Okay, that's a bit gappier than I was expecting it to be. There's So this first column is probably going to start working at some point. Second column, nope, there's some big gaps in there. I'll pull up a few of these. But it's not put them down particularly sensibly, so it hasn't really helped. How much weight? It depends on the input at the other end. So if we look at Calidus orbit, then we've got here. I've got 2 gigawatts of power being generated. That's one to operate the beaming thing, and then one to put a gigawatt of power into it. We then have a certain amount of it, a little bit of it lost coming on through the atmosphere coming down here. I don't really know how to tell how much that is, although I did find it somewhere, I'm sure. And then from there, we've then got, I believe I've done, assuming I get enough coming in here, like I think this is a half gigawatt plant, because I put in 10 by 10 by 15. Yeah, 10 by 15 of these, so it's actually 150 times 5. Is this actually a 750 kilowatt, sorry, 750 megawatt plant? Assuming I get 750 megawatts being brought in by this. So we're producing a decent whack of power, but not quite as much as my entire base needs at this point. It's about half what the whole base uses. So yeah, we shall see how it goes. At the moment, we're not producing any because this is still only at 300 degrees, but it's getting warmed up gradually. And I do intend to at some point to head back out to Calidus orbit and make it a lot more powerful. I don't believe the receiver can overheat. No, I think it gets up to a certain maximum temperature and then it just sits there and gets stuck. Fortunately, it's like the nuclear power plants in vanilla. You can keep them burning, and whilst you do eventually waste fuel, you don't have anything actually explode. So you can't get a meltdown. Unless you look at the numbers and realise how much heat you're wasting and get very upset about it. You could have that sort of meltdown, I suppose. 36, still not enough. 12, that is enough actually. Oh, on the emitter to find out the efficiency. Okay, thank you. Let's have a look. Transmission efficiency 64%. So we're transmitting 640 megawatts, and the system at the other end is capable of dealing with all of that and then some. So I want to double this essentially by putting in another one of these injectors and another 50% on top of this power plant, solar plant. Maybe another one as well, because then that would mean I get instead of getting 650, I get 1950, so almost 2 gigawatts, which is more than enough to keep my Norvian base powered. Because if we look at the power here, we're using 1.3 gigawatts. It's peaked at about 1.7. So yeah, I think what I need to do is head over to the nuclear power plant area, find where the power is brought out of it, and put in a switch. What's happened there? Okay, there's a couple of turbines missing. Obviously had a meteorite get through. Meteorites seem to target turbines, I've noticed. I'm sure they don't actually, but it really does feel like they do. Right, so if we cut it here, or we put the switch in here, and the question is, no, there's no other way for power to get in. Oh, what about this? Yeah, okay, so power can get in around the top here. So if I cut this cable here, and here, and here, I'll need to link this up to something, probably over here or over here. These are completely isolated, apparently, which is interesting. Oh, my depot is solar powered. Fair enough. Yeah, so I'll need to link this across to here. Then everything should be joined up, and I'll have isolated this, which means I can do the what do we call it? Accumulator and switch trick here to turn this on and off as and when required, and cut down on the amount of nuclear fuel I get through. Right, that's fairly straightforward. How are we doing for heat pipes? 29. Let's go over and see how we're getting on, and I need to put in a radar up there as well because I can't see that area, and that makes me sad. Lovely green water. Okay, so put radar in there. Oh, there's only 3 more of those needed. That's not too bad. And what about the heat pipes? A few more of them needed. And yeah, still a few more of them needed after I put them down. Okay. How are we doing for temperature? Nah, nearly there. Yeah, I say nearly there. Even after this has got up to cooking temperature, it's going to take a while for it to filter through these heat pipes. Like this one right down at the end here is at it's at almost 400, but this is at 430. So we've got some way to go. Right, let's see. Do I have an accumulator? I do have accumulators. I do not have a switch, but they're fairly easy to make, I think. Yes, I can make one of those. So let's go and do some rewiring of my base. And start trying to save the nuclear fuel, essentially. Is it this one? Yes. So over here, we have this cable. Get rid of that. We have underneath, we have this cable. Get rid of that. We have, and then there's the other one over on the right. But we now need to link up this system using these. So from here, bring it over here, like that. I think that's it. Everything should now be powered, because that's got that one going up there. I probably should link it over to this, just for sort of redundancy. Oh, that's just a small solar array. Okay, there's no point in linking. I could link it up to that. In fact, I might as well. Just keep everything on the same power network, power grid. So all that's going to require is another pole in. That looks really looks like it was linked up before. And then in the interest of actual okay, why's that got damaged? Again, asteroids, I bet. Power redundancy and stuff. Let's link that up as well. So we've got this is all coming down here. Yeah, this looks okay. This is linked up to here, linked around to here. So now I believe. Oh no, there's another one there. Okay, I need to pull that one out as well. So the problem with base is that let's be sort of kind and say it wasn't exactly planned. It just sort of grew and is now a bit of a mess. Alright, let's repair all of this. Not to use. Here's a load of turbines I don't use. Pulled up the pylons I'm about to use though. Right, we can use those somewhere else now. So, what we need here is to put down that switch I made. Where is that switch? Switch? There, that one. That goes here, should we say. That goes here. And then we find out how long copper wires can be. I have to make some of those, of course. Oh, I had some, actually. I had one. No, no. Wire. Probably. I'm actually probably better off because when the coronal mass ejection hits, we'll it'll deplete the accumulators a bit more quickly than I would like. What do you mean no power? Is there a gap in here somewhere? Shouldn't be. Oh yes, there is. Huh. Okay. Yeah, when the coronal mass ejection hits, I should get a bit of a blip. Sorry, it should discharge the accumulators first. You got power. Yes, you've got power. You now have power. You are not charging. Oh, because I don't have enough power. Because we're now running off just the just the beamer. So what I need to do now is that. Yes, I need to link that up with the red cable. So what I was trying to say is, yeah, when it happens, it should discharge all of the accumulators first, and then when that gets down low, then the entire nuclear power plant will kick back in again. So we should be okay, maybe. A is less than 60. There we go. So that can now charge back up again. And then we'll get the sort of the blip, the oscillating thing, unfortunately, but never mind. So yeah, if when the coronal mass ejection hits, these will drop down to 40%. Then all of my nuclear plants will kick in, and we should have even more power than we normally do. At least that's the hope. Okay, we're running off accumulators for a little while then, but that's okay. That's sort of what they're there for. It's a bit hard to tell whether I've got any. The problem with this is I can't tell whether the power is coming from whether the power is coming from the new nuclear or the old nuclear or whether I'm actually getting any from here yet. Okay, some of them kicked in. That's good. Those are the ones that actually have the heat pipes, I guess. Oh no, more of them do actually. It's just the heat hasn't got to them, I guess. So that's at that's at under 500. That's at under 500. Yeah, they're just not quite up to temperature yet. I am loosely aware that heat pipes, long runs of heat pipe like this are not ideal. Like as you can see, this drops from 600 here to 330 over here. I don't know how much of a problem that is. Whether it's inefficient and you lose power, or whether it's just that you don't get the heat doesn't get quite to the end. It takes a little while for the heat to get along there. If it's the latter, then I should probably, or the former rather, then I should probably have put this in the middle and should run should run the pipes through the middle of here, run the heat pipe through the middle, and so it goes out both ways. But c'est la vie, I guess. I could use a latch. I've played around with latches on previous games. There we go. There's the oscillation, and I sort of can't be bothered. It is nice to have it sort of it is nice to smooth out this oscillation, but in theory it shouldn't be there for too long because I'll be upping the amount of power that comes out of the beam system fairly soon to be producing all of the power. So this should only be happening when there's a problem with it, basically. So yeah, I don't care. Even if it looks like that on the map. And as this gets more and more into gear, it should start to take at least most. Well, actually no. Well, it'll never take most of the strain. We need another one of these on the other side of it, as I was saying, in order to get me up to producing almost enough power to power the entire base, but only almost. And yeah, to be honest, I can't be bothered to think my way through the Factorio logic to get an RS latch to make an RS latch right now. It probably is bad for UPS, to be honest. Yes, my computer is reasonably powerful. I upgraded about less than a year ago, so it's still reasonably good. Yeah, I'm getting a tiny bit of droppage of the UPS, but only very tiny. I don't know. Can I be bothered? I sort of want to now. Now you've talked about it, I sort of want to. All right, let me think. How do you make a latch? Let me see if I can work this one out. So let's see if we have a couple of decider combinators in here. We'll say if A is less than 60, then I want to turn it on. If A is greater than 90, I want to turn it off. Um, then I need to say if I guess if I've got a green, if green equals no, if eh yeah, if green equals 1, then turn on. If red equals 1, then output the input, I guess, and we'll feed some. This probably isn't the best way to do this. Then I can feed -1 greens or -10 greens into from here. We wire all this up. Oh wait, that's not going to work. So you're saying you're outputting the red, you're looking for red. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. If green greater than red, then output the input. And if green greater than 0, then we need to turn this on. Then we need to output. Oh no, wait, no, I don't even need that, do I? Because I could say this should. Then this says if green equals 1 or greater than 0. Like that. And I also need to feed that to a pylon so I can actually tell what's going on it easily. Green's -10 because we are... Oh, because I've got that on there. That's not right at all. I've forgotten how to do this. It's been so long since I've bothered. Right, so got either a green of 1 or a red of 1 coming out of here. Except I haven't, although I probably should, because this is empty. So I should have red coming out of here. I put 1. No, I shouldn't. I should have green coming out of here. 1 green. Oh yes, that'd help, wouldn't it? It would help if there was any power. Okay. So right, we've got -9. That's all completely wrong. I don't like that bit in the middle at all. This shouldn't be difficult. I should know how to do this. So I know you need to feed back. So you have, if you get a green input, then you need to feed the green input back. If you get a red input, you need to turn the green input off. My brain is not getting it's not thinking this through properly. And I'm used to making these in from actual electronics components, where you end up with wires going like this. So that's probably it. So here we can feed the red through to here. Hang on. Yeah, so we feed the green. So the green going into here. If we have a green, then output a green. 6, outputting green. Green can then go to that one, and it will work. No, it'll turn on. The green goes to there. If red, here we go. If red is, if red is 0, then output everything on the input. I think that'll do it. And then when red happens, yeah, I think that'll work. Let's find out. So when this gets to 95%, it should turn off. The logic sort of feels vaguely right in my head, but I have to admit I'm definitely not sure, and I don't need that connection anymore. What's that whinging about? Tulip has a rocket parts problem. I don't care. Tulip doesn't need rocket parts. How are we doing? 42, 43, 44, 45. So that's 90%. There we go. It worked. Now let's see if it turns off again when it gets back down to what was it, 60%? I think I said. Which is 3 megawatts, megajoules. Come on, run, do it a bit faster. I don't want to wait. Alright, so I don't need any of these turbines now. So I was like, actually, I could go up and build up a second set of this. That might be a good idea. I need a lot of heat pipes for that, of course. I don't know how many of those I'm making. That's something I should go over and check. How are we doing? 3.2, 3.1, 3.0, 2.9. Yes, it works! Huh. Go me. Apparently I can remember A-level electronics, or that's probably a GCSE level electronics, to be honest. I didn't do GCSE level, but apparently I can remember it. So the degree wasn't wasted. That's good to know. It's going to do all kinds of havoc with this graph, because I'm pumping massive quantities of power in and out of my accumulators, but never mind, it's only temporary, as I said earlier. But yeah, we're going to be powering the base off either accumulators or off nuclear, so that's fine, I guess. Right, let's get that nuclear power plant, that solar beam power plant finished off now. And actually, I'm going to hang on to these turbines. I'm going to go in and try and put in the... No, I've gone too far. Go and put in the second half of the second half of this. Okay, Peter. Well, thanks for joining the stream, and yeah, sleep well. I'll catch you next week, or on Thursday maybe for the Industrial Revolution stream. Hope you can make it. This needs to be much higher. This needs to be like 1,000 because I keep running out of those damn things. For these, I'll need a few more. Yeah, that's about right. And I will need 100 heat exchangers, and as I said, massive quantities of heat pipes, which I just don't have. But never mind. I'll finish off the one I've got, the half I'm working on at the moment, and then I'll put in the other half, and then I'll go over and put in the. Then I'll head back out to Calidus orbit and hopefully get everything working up there as well. Right, that's all the heat pipes we need for here. Let's make another one of the. Oh, someone was saying I should put in a second heat pipe along the top here. I suppose I could. There's no harm in that, really, is there? Okay, now let's make another one. I'm going to need to make a load more pumps as well, of course. Forgot about that. Let's take all of that and put it here. Don't put that there. Put that there instead. Let's make those pump jacks. Have I still got all the bits and pieces I need for those? I can't remember. No, only half of them. But that's okay, because I can't make half of the heat pipes anyway, so a lot more than half of the heat pipes, actually. Come on, bots, charge up quicker. Get most of this put down, though, I think. We're not going to get any power out of it for a little while, though. Especially as I'm going to need to have the second set of beamers before I can second set of solar panels in about around Kalidas before I can actually get a decent amount of power out of it. The other slight concern is how much power is whether I'm going to be able to keep Miochin running properly if I've now got the beam transmitter going here instead. But that's something I can deal with later, I think. Right, how many more of these do I need? Like 350? Crikey. Yeah, let's put some more of these in as well. There. Sure. Yep, that looks like it lines up. That doesn't quite. One doesn't at all. Maybe, not sure, can't tell. I am going to build a second emitter up there. That's my long-term plan, and then just sort of move that one around between all the various different extra planets, and have one that's just doing Nauvis, basically. If I could find a way to automate it'd be very nice. But I don't think from what I've gathered, it doesn't sound like it's possible to automatically get your energy beam system to switch between roles depending on where it actually requires it at that particular time, which is a shame. That would be a rather nice way of doing it. So actually, it does. That would be nice, but yeah. Oh well. It'll probably get extremely complicated. Actually, no, it shouldn't be. I suppose the question is how would you encode where you want the laser to fire at, or the beam to fire at rather, because there isn't really a way of encoding coordinates. I suppose you just encode it as numbers in the same way that everything else gets encoded as numbers, but I don't feel like there's an obvious way to do it. But it should be possible. Or rather, it should be possible to make it possible, which isn't quite the same. Interesting, right, we're getting, it looks like about half of these turbines up and running. This is at 700 degrees, and it's still rising in temperature, actually. These are only at 428, 429. So I think the whole system is still gradually heating up, which is, I'm going to guess, is why I'm not getting out quite as much power as I was expecting to. But yeah, so it's just hopefully just a matter of time. $60, great. I'm just not even going to bother. I think I'll fly off to somewhere else and do this some other time. Oh, actually, no, there's something else I need to do first. While I'm here, I should be putting up some sort of system to deal with the input of core fragments. Oh, this is back again. That's good. How are we doing here at the moment? We've got 20,000 in the no, sorry, only 10,000. Okay, so this hasn't caught up with demand yet. I don't know whether that's because there is too much demand, or whether it's just that it's just a large amount of buffer to fill up. So, at the moment, we've got this system. Oh, this is all turned off because I had a power saving system going on up here. Let's kill that because we've got more than enough power now in theory. If we don't mind using the what do we call it a little bit, the nuclear bit, which to be honest I don't mind doing. It is what it's there for. So we'll keep these running constantly. Now, the obvious thing to do here would be to have the spaceships land about here and feed their core fragments into the same system. Why are these not running a bit more flat out? That looks like they're short of power. Oh no, maybe they're just slow because they've got... Ah, right. Yes. It looks like a redesign is required here to actually make these things run at the proper speed because they're not beaconed basically. No, I actually did not notice the coronal mass ejection hit at all. I presume I didn't take any damage from it, because if I did, I'd have gone, everything's blowing up. Why is everything blowing up? As I usually do. Was there a power spike? Oh yes, there's the power spike. Right. Yeah. My power systems appear to be sufficiently robust that that was not an issue. You can see a bit of a bulge in the accumulator power usage there, but basically, no, not a big deal. It turns out. Right, so all of this needs to be ripped up and replaced with a properly beaconed setup. So let's do that. I have an enormous quantity of stone in my inventory for some reason. Never mind. Let's get rid of it. Right, so I'll leave this for a few minutes to churn through all of that, while I have a bit of a think about how best to do this. So we've got, right, this has oil and water outputs that need to be taken into account, and it has all of this stuff coming out, and it needs to all be fed in up here into all of this stuff, and all of this needs to be upgraded to blue belts as well anyway, just so it goes as fast as possible. So let's do that and that. Get all of that upgraded. Once it's gone through these splitters, yeah, I mean, even having this coming through at 3 times. All right, let's upgrade everything. Let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy ourselves. Why am I doing it like that? Let's do it like that. There we go. Okay, so we've got. Where's the heavy oil coming from? Must be a different part of the recycling process. So what I intend to do is rip up all of this and then have... I'm probably going to need to do this in creative mod actually, just to make sure I get the right sort of balance of everything. Right amount being fed onto the belts and whatnot. Yeah, because I think I want to try and maximize the throughput. Basically, fill all of these belts that are being fed into the splitter systems at the top here. I want them to be basically completely full, because anything else is a bit of a waste of potential input space. Oh, it's still going. And I think the best way to do that, I reckon, is going to be creative mod. Now, all of this down here can be ripped up. I don't need any of this stuff. Is this on the... Yeah, this is on the main power network now, so I can pull up all of this. I don't need these defenses inside my base. That's ludicrous. I don't need solar generation either. Stop it. So I can get rid of all of that. So I've got plenty of space to play with down here. Actually, let's try and do it let's do it not through creative mod. It'll be a sort of nice change of something, pace maybe. Pull all of that up and all of that up. There we go. And we'll see how long it takes me to get everything balanced without using... Actually, no, I hate that idea. I want to use creative mod for this because it's going to take me forever, forever of faffing to try and get that to work. So, right, what time is it? 9:30. That's a good enough time to start sort of faffing around with something completely different. So, what have I been doing in the last 10 minutes that's caused my viewers to plummet? I don't really know. So, mods, creative. Where are you? Creative. Confirm. Now we wait for it to load. This is a slightly slow process, but you know, it's totally worth it. I am quite impressed with myself that I could have a coronal mass ejection hit and actually not notice it. That's, yeah, impressive. I'm glad my base has got to that. So it's got to the sort of point where that sort of thing is possible. Oh, so thank you, JMK. Sorry, I didn't see your didn't notice your message earlier about the other comment on the double width heat pipes. So it's interesting. It's a throughput. I suppose it's sort of the same with fluid pipes as well. And I think from what I remember, I think Factorio does actually treat heat as a fluid, so that makes sense. Get rid of all of that. There we go. And all of that. And all of that. Oh, fine. There we go. Right, that gives me a little bit of space to play with. It's not an enormous amount of space, I have to admit, but it will hopefully be enough. So, what I'm going to be putting in is lots of pulverizers first thing, which I can't find. There they are. Oh yeah, I forgot how this works. Pulverizers. And they need to go in sort of yeah, with a gap between them like this for getting rid of the fluids. I reckon that was the easiest way to do it before, so I'm probably going to stick with that. And here, gap of 3 for the inserters, and the same again. However, I do also need to put in wide area beacons in the middle of this as well, and they're slightly too fat to fit in there, which is quite annoying. Maybe I'll run 2 double belts up there in that case, because the alternative... actually, they could probably go face to face like that, and like that. That might work. In which case, how many of these can I cover with one beacon? So if I put that right up to the edge of it like that, then I can get all of these and the next row with one beacon here. Put that there, and then that there. Then yes, we miss out on one of the pulverizers in the middle here. But basically, I've got full coverage of all of these. Except those should go like that. Do I need to program them? Yes, I do. So we're going to be pulverizing core fragments. How far up and down does it go? Doesn't get these two in. Okay, so this area here is what I can get off one beacon. So that's quite a lot. They all, of course, have to be full of these productivity modules. And this probably wants to be full of... As usual, I expect this is going to be 50% speed modules and 50% efficiency modules. But I shall check that in a moment. You're quite right. I do want to make sure the fluids match, like so. It's an oil row. So water on the top, oil on the top, water on the top, oil on the top. Oh, why was there a speed module on the floor? Not it actually matters at all, because I've got plenty of them, but unlimited of them, in fact. How many inputs do I have? That's the next question. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 inputs at the moment, and I've got 1, 2, 3 belts coming out. Okay. Ah, that's... Oh. I can't tessellate another one of these on right next to it. That's a bit of a shame. still. Let's put that in there. Like that. Oh, hell. No, I can't put them this close together. I do need to leave a gap because I need inputs as well. I forgot about inputs. So that's now covering the first 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. So that covers 4 by 5. Okay. And then okay, so I'll get rid of all of this. That's quite neat, actually. I think. Oh, hang on, no, it's not. Yeah. I'd need to mirror it. If I copy that and flip it, which it won't let me do because it's Factorio. All right, if I just paste another one in there, and then pick that up and put it there. No, that can't be right. Oh no, it's just the that's in the right place. It's just the inserters that need to be swapped over. Okay. So put in this along here, along with that in the middle. I should just copy paste this. And same here. Okay, that's that's a sort of a good design, I think. So we need a belt on the outside of here as well, of course. And then the right, so that's going to be that's an input, that's an output, input, output. Output, input, output. So I'm not using remotely all of the input bandwidth I've got, but I might put in a third set of this somewhere, and then yeah, I can link them all up. That's fine. That's not a problem. So that's an output. Get rid of that, that. So right, the important thing to find out now is if I whack in a cheaty chest, duplicated chest, like so, and an unloader. Hey Wayne, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. And then I try and find some core fragments. There's some core fragments. Put them in there. Right. So I now want to make sure that this will use all of that up at the right. Yeah, the rotation is a bit messed up. I'll sort that out in a minute because at the moment I'm mostly trying to work out how many I need in order to have this work. You know, let's put on the outside as well. Oh no, in, out, shake it all about. Put in these in the middle as well because that'll power basically everything. Will power everything. If we can get power from somewhere like that. There we go. Copy the entire column like so. Right, how are we doing on this input? So interestingly, one side seems to be flowing a lot faster. Oh, I was just filling those up, I guess. Okay, so even with this, we're not running fast enough to... Oh, we filled up the fluids. Of course we have. Let's just put in drains for these for now. Drain. Where's somewhere? There's a fluid void. There we go. That one. That way around? I think so. Maybe not. Oh, I've mixed them because I'm an idiot. There we go. As we were talking about earlier, he was saying, "Hey, don't mix the fluids," and I've mixed the fluids. Right. So, oil row, water row. Oil. Yeah, oil all the way. Yeah. This one should be water. And then oil. And I need to empty all of these systems of whatever they're containing because they shouldn't be containing anything. There we go. Flush. Oh, stupid. Right, now why are you not emptying? You are. Okay, good. What are you sad about? You've got all... Why is this difficult? Why am I not capable of getting this right in the first try? Okay, so we have significantly more than a full belt of output here, but that's because probably that's because the machines are overfilled. Okay, let's give this a moment to catch up and sort of sort itself out. So what will happen? So when we run this, we take in 16 things and we spit out 16, 21, 22, 20, 23. So there is more coming. So we are going to be output limited rather than input limited. That's worth knowing. How's our power consumption? Plus 110%. Okay, let's give it an extra one of these just to bring the speed down and bring the power consumption down a bit. Plus 20% still. Give it another one. Now we're down to minus 70%. Good. Speed is 2. That's not. That seems normal. Okay, so it's down to normal speed. But between them, they are. Oh, and they've got the productivity modules as well, so it's going to make them run that a little bit faster again as well. I should probably put. Actually, no. Other ones are managing to output without too much difficulty, even though they've got lots of different things coming through. So I think this is just the belt is full at the top here. Although I say the belt is full, this one has stopped running. So yeah, that looks like it's probably okay. I think it's very, very nearly full, but not quite, which is probably about right. Okay, good. So I think this design is okay. It's not using this stuff up particularly quickly, but I don't actually have a problem with that. I do have a problem with the fact that I appear to be incapable of putting these things in the right way around, though. These seem to be okay. Yep, these are all feeding in. These are wrong. So the question now is, how many of these do I want to make? How many input belts do we want to have? Now I said at the start, I said I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 output belts available. So that would suggest I want to make 3 sets of this, 3 copies of this basic blueprint. So this plus this essentially. And I think that's probably reasonable. So if I take that, I'll put in another copy of this over here, except I can't. Oh, maybe. Oh no, there is room actually. If I rearrange all this pipe work, then there's room for all of that. So let's do that. Put in and a belt, like so. Put that in over here. For some reason it's screwed up my module placement, but never mind. Right, that I think is good. We need, on the end here, we need to deal with the fluids, of course. So we have our oil come out there and go down like this. And water can come out there and go down here. And fill in the gaps and these. And I need to deal with that heavy oil pipe that's coming down. I think that's coming from the recycling facility over here, which produces small quantities of heavy oil as part of the recycling of scrap, which is a little bit random, but sure, I'll go with it. We can get rid of that. Take a blueprint of, oop, not quite that much of it. All of this. And chuck it out as a string. There we go. Copy, and I'll try and find my text document and put it in there so that I don't lose it. Because I feel very silly if I spend all this time building the blueprint up and then I manage to lose the whole thing. What are we calling this? This is a or no, it's not. It's a core fragment processing. Right, now I can quit back out again and reload my main game and drop this in there instead. I'm going to have to do quite a bit of tidying to get that, but oh, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry guys, it's going to be a bit slow while I swap mods around again. That was a fail. Yeah, there's going to be quite a bit of tidying up to do in there, and the bots are going to do a lot of that for me because I've already set them sort of working on it a little bit. But there's yes, they'll need to go in, tidy up all of the trees and the machines and all of that sort of junk that's in there, and it'll take a little while. That is if Factorio decides to actually, load for me. It's going to be a slightly awkward stream if I can't get the game to load, isn't it? It doesn't seem to want to. Let's kill Steam and start again. Oh, it's doing a cloud sync. Ah. There we go. I told it to go away. I don't care about syncing my saves to the cloud. Syncing modded saves to the cloud doesn't seem to work particularly brilliantly at the best of times. So I'm not too worried about if it seems not to be behaving itself. Although if the game's not loading at all, that is a bit more of a problem. Come on. Steam is connecting. There we go. There we go. Right, that's a bit more promising. I'll try and do it right this time. Himpty-tum. Welcome to Laurence Streams the Factorio loading screen for 5 minutes straight. No, I'll try and get that back to actually playing as soon as I can. He says ominously. Right, let's do this correctly this time. Mods. Turn off creative mod. Confirm. Reload the game again. Sigh. And I do understand why the game has to reload itself completely between when you turn mods on and off, but it's a little bit annoying. It's not quite as bad as when you end up having to when you're switching between mod packs and you have to load the game in order to change the mod packs, which means it then has to load the game again. I sometimes wish there was a an external program that would allow you to do that sort of thing without loading the actual game itself. But yeah, never mind. You can't have everything. There we go. Right. So up here, we're going to need to remove basically all of this pipe work, I think. So let's do that first. So I'll get rid of this all the way down here and across here, and I'll get rid of all these water pipes as well. So I'm just going to get rid of all of this pipe work and tidy it up again afterwards. So that should be fine now. I then need to put not that. I then need to import string, which I can't do immediately. I need to copy it from here. Import that. So that's going to go in about here. The exact positioning doesn't matter too much. Now the other question is, where am I going to land my spaceships? And I think and have my actual core mining set up. And I think basically just around here is going to be absolutely fine. We'll just get squeeze that in down here, because there's loads and loads of space here, and I can just run the belts up. So that's okay. This squeezes in up here. Actually, let's put it down a little bit like that, so that there's room for running all of the belts around and that sort of nonsense, like so. Now that's a so this is an out belt. This is the first one, so that clearly comes over to here, like so. Second output belt to here. Third one in here, and so on. Okay, I guess. I'm quite pleased with the filtering system here. It's possibly slightly throughput limited, but it basically works very, very nicely. I haven't had any problems with it since I got it working. Let's upgrade these to blues anyway, though, just to sort of stave off any potential problems in the future, and all those. So yeah, it's worked well. I've been quite happy with it. It does just filter out all of the different things that are being produced by the core fragment processing. There we go, words, good. And yeah, it just works nicely. There seem to be some underground belts missing across here though for some reason, which is a worry. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. Those are ones that have already been. This is the stuff that's getting demolished and taken away. I don't want to fix that. I just need to let the bot get on with it for a bit, I think, and sort everything out rather than trying to fix things that aren't broken. And then once that's all put down, there's a little bit of, oh, that's coming from the recycling plants. Fine. This needs to carry on down and go underneath and go across here, perhaps. To here somewhere. We'll link all that in a bit. So yeah, if I put the core miners over on this side, then there's room here to land a spaceship and start piping all of the core fragments in. And I can also take this stone straight out and put it into this station over here. That should be all right. I'll need to turn that from a 1 to 4, sorry, a 1 to 3 into a 2 to 3, but that's not too much of a problem. So yeah, let's put the mining drills back in place. Now the question is, how many of these does it take to fill up a belt? So I had 3 running before. Sorry, I had 6 running before even. Let's try putting them onto a single belt too. I had them all each running onto its own belt before though, but then I wasn't using blue belts at that point. So I don't know. Let's try and run them up. Oh wait, no, it's worse than that. I'm gonna need to pass this up into a multiple way balancer because there's six or 7 inputs. Well, six and 2 half inputs. No, 5 and 2 half inputs. So 6 in total. But there's this sort of the half on one end, half on the other end that need to be handled slightly differently. So I'll merge that in with whatever I get coming from my spaceships. But I do want to check whether this is actually a whether this is one belt is sufficient for this to run. I'm going to be lazy and use a one of these, because then that will just cover this entire thing and probably the spaceport as well. Is there any? No, there's no room for modules in those. Okay. Ah, here we go. 4.6 per second. So 9, 18, 27. That should fit on a blue belt, I think. We'll find out in a moment when the power gets here. Let's do some building from inventory, because I know some of this stuff doesn't exist on the production network. Oh, I'm dismantling from to inventory as well. Never mind. I guess it was sort of inevitable. It'll speed things up a little bit anyway if I do a bit more of this by using my robots, and I can put down some of these extra pulverizing machines. There we go. And any I've got left over, I can just shove back into the logistics network. I don't seem to have any left over actually. That's not too bad. Oh, so I've got 5 there. Never mind. Oh wait, there's some needed over there. Let's have them back. Right. Oh, I need to get power into this area, so that means one of these here, like that. Get rid of that one because it's just in the way. Okay, this system should all now start working. I'll put these in there just because. We still need the belts to come in down here. Now, do I have Roboport coverage down here? I suspect I do not. That's probably why the building isn't going quite as I expect it to. Alright, I can put this down here though, and that'll give me suitable coverage. So I'll get that built up. Let's just split that one into 4 straight away. And then see how it goes for being dealt with. And then I can go from there. Because I want to make sure I've got enough production versus I want to keep the production and output or throughput fairly balanced. So if I get more out of this than I know what to do with, then it could give me some problems. There we go. Now I just wait for a while for the bots to put all this in place. Yeah. Let's pick up that one, and then I can have. Oh no, it won't work. It'll be, yeah, just doing this, and they'll all spit it out as. Right. Okay. This is looking like it's not going to. One blue belt is not going to be sufficient. I think I might need to have 3 running on each belt, which is a bit of an unfortunate number. But we'll see. We'll see. Once this all gets built up, we'll see. And at the moment, once this is all built, this should be functionally exactly the same as what I had before, just running a bit more efficiently because I've got all of these extra modules being used around here. So we'll see how that gets on. Then we'll try and add in a bit more throughput by bringing in spaceships full of core fragments as well, and see how that goes. I may need to put in another. I don't know. Am I going to need to copy this entire thing again with stations and all? No, probably not. I don't think I'm going to have full belts coming out at the ends of. Ooh. The iron one is of course going to be the one that has the most on it. So it basically comes down to whether I actually manage to fill up the iron belt or not. We'll see. We'll have to see how that goes. Okay, so looking at this, these 2 are running happily. These 2 are running stutterily. These 2 are running very stutterily. So if I take it, so I think what I need to do is take out that one, and then I need to have more belt parts. Bring me some bring me some yellow, some blue belts, and fine, save the map if you must. Bring me some blue splitters. I don't want to use the white ones really, it's a bit of a waste. And then I'll put the other 3 down here. So that can go there along with that and that. Yes, I'm aware they aren't lined up. Because I reckon if I do that, and if I put us... Oh. Fail. My theory is that if I have 1.5 putting onto each side of the belt, then it's going to be okay. Oops. Like that. And we shall see in a moment when this is placed. Right, I'm expecting this to be about a full belt now. Interestingly, it doesn't seem to be. It's not quite as much as I was expecting. Maybe we can just whack 4 onto each side of it. Let's try that. I know I'm doing the sort of testing that I prefer to do with the other mode in creative mod, but never mind. And that's still okay. All right, let's take this entire system on Nauvis down to 4 mining drills, all feeding onto 1 blue belt, and I think that should probably fill it up. Because when you have fewer mining drills, you get more out per drill. So I think this might well be okay. Oh, this is all backed up. Why is this all backed up? Because it's not built properly. Right, fine. Come on, bots. But why aren't these running? Oh, the fluids. Ah. Okay, let's get that done next. So, water. Ooh, if I'm not doing nuclear power anymore, I might not have a sink for all this water. That could be a problem. Is that a cliff? It is. Oh. I mean, I could just do this for now. Bloop. And that'll be a while before it's a problem, but it may eventually be a problem. We shall see how it goes. This is crude oil. Comes in here, like so. Oh, and then there's the heavy oil that comes... What's this water pipe for? Why has this got water in it? Don't have water. This should be heavy oil. Like so. Going down even further down. Good. Okay. Like this. Oh, for goodness sake, put it in the right place. There. In fact, I'm going to whack pumps in all of these. I thought you were supposed to be able to just overwrite pipes with a pump like that. Apparently not, but I thought you were. Right, how's that going now? Looks like everything's running happily. How am I... Some of my inputs are flooded. Why are you guys not running? I thought I'd gone through and got all these right, but apparently not. Ooh. That way, yes. No, those were right. You're not running. You're picking up and outputting. Okay, yep. Yep, 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 yep. No, no input on that one. Okay, that's sort of expected. Right, and we've got basically a full belt coming out here, so that's as expected. This one seems to be chomping through all of its input, so we're not getting a full belt out of that. But that's okay. If the input isn't able to keep up, then it's sort of understandable for it not to have a full belt of output. But the one where it was, I did briefly have a full belt of output there, so I think I'm pretty happy with that. Now I need to do a couple of things. I need to actually come to think of it, that 1 to no, it would need to be a 1 to 6, wouldn't it, to get all of them. I was going to say that's absolutely fine as a is it? Oh yeah, you're right, it is. Thank you. Dunk. Yeah, it looks good. I was going to say I can just feed the input in from the spaceship into here to get that to run flat out, but looking at it, I think that's not going to work because I need 6 inputs. That said, we aren't using even half of the amount that's coming through. Or maybe we are actually. We're using. That is using most of those. Yeah, so I do want to split it across them all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a 2 to 6 splitter in here and go from there and have, or actually maybe a 3 to 6 splitter, and then have 2 belts coming off from the spaceships. I think that should be a quite a good way of doing it. I'm also going to demolish this area because that's where I'm going to put my spaceships later. So if I pick up a piece there, I'll let that drain out so I don't end up with too many core fragments in my inventory. Pull up a chunk of this. Now we see 3 to 6. 3 to 6 is that one. I can go there, and then we upgrade it twice, like that. Close enough. Feed that in there, that across to there. Oh wait, that's wrong, because I need to. Oh, actually no. One of them is going to need to be undergrounded, so I'll do it this way. We have that go across there. Like that. This one we put in a. I could do, but these core miners are basically keeping that one belt full, and they seem to be working basically 100% of the time and keeping it almost full. So I think that is a good balance. That is just one belt coming out of there. I could put down more core miners, but then that would slow down how much stuff I got out of each core miner. So I think this is probably a good happy medium. So that then goes, this is only a half belt, so that goes over to here. Like that. Let's do that. Neaten that up a little bit. Because this will then go over to here. Oops. That's dragged a bit more than I needed to there. Right, that should be my inputs now, all hooked up. At least once the belts get placed, which is fine. I can wait for that. So now I need a landing pad here for my other rocket spaceship. So, let's have a quick look at. Let's start off by looking at Miochin, because that's where I'm building up the first one of these. So it's going to look like this. It's going to have the outputs on down the side like that, and a clamp there. If I copy this, can I do that? Create a blueprint. And with my robots turned off, where do these come down to? Oh, these cover everywhere. Ugh. Robots off anyway. Maybe I can put this down quickly before it places everything for me. So that would be like that. Can I put that there? No. This is really annoying that they don't snap to, and I don't know where I had it a moment ago. So let's try there. No, that's even worse. Oh, give a sec. I should be lining it up on something, shouldn't I? Let's do that. So we'll put an underground belt there. See what happens. See if that's at the top one. Is that a valid place to put it? It is. Hooray! Right, good. Get rid of all of this now. Oh no, wait, don't do that. Because I'm going to need to have the output belts like this. Now I can get rid of the blueprint because I know where everything goes. There's nothing else that gets unloaded here, is there? No. Right, there we go. Yeah, that would probably have been sensible. Right, that's good. Okay, so these top two are going to be the top two. The top two are the yeah. Oh, what? Oh, I've copied the wrong thing. No, I haven't. I've programmed the wrong. I haven't programmed this properly. Ah. You should be loading core fragments. Oh, core. And so you should be unloading them. And then down here, oh, I wonder how many. 100 in a stack, 500 in a thing. So that's 50,000. So that's the same as the one down here that says when that is greater than 50,000. Good. Okay, so we reprogram it to look like that. Okay, and this should be a number 8. Okay, good. That's my landing, unloading, systeming thing. So I need a couple of warehouses now. Do I happen to have those in my pockets? That's convenient. So put one there and one there. I don't know if buffering these through a warehouse is actually necessary, to be honest, but I'm going to anyway. Now, how many? 3, 3, 3. Goes on the. Oh, I don't know. Right, there's one. I'm not going to be able to get 2 blue belts out of here. Oh, yes, I am. I should. Well, I'll be able to get 2 blue belts in whenever there's a spaceship. Not convinced this is going to be. This is going to work. Or rather, I'm not convinced I'm going to have the input from this to get the throughput that I'm looking for. But never mind. At least this way, if it's sort of slightly future-proofed. Now this needs to go over here somewhere. Yes, it is. That's a good point, thank you. Yeah, trying not to pump the run the belts through the spaceship is probably a good idea. It'll just refuse to land, and then I'll get very confused and then very annoyed with myself. There we go. Right. This one. This is carrying stone, which goes in... Up. Is it that one? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to jam the stone for a minute. Fine, I'll pick it all up. And then we need a 2 to 3. Blueprints. 2 to 3. Let's have the wide one, I think. Yeah, I guess that'll do. And we'll upgrade that twice. Then link that to there, that to there, and that to there, and that to there. And then run this one back out again. Where's it coming in? Okay. I've confused the bots a bit. I should probably get a blueprint book full of the better blueprints. Where are my bots? Don't seem to be sending very many out when I do things. Can't see them at all. Oh, it's got 42 of them, so it should be alright. There we go. Load the trains up again. So that should be... Oh no, all of the inserters. That's the other thing I need down here. And I'll use filter inserters on this side, just in case. It shouldn't matter, but I'm sort of paranoid. And you're doing core fragments. Core. And you're doing stone. Right. Seems to be done. How are things going on Miochin with this now that I've actually set it up properly? We can dump from here. Okay, it stopped because we've got more vulcanite than we know what to do with. Great. So we're waiting for this to get down to minus 20,000. So we need another vulcanite ship to call, basically. And then we can start, and then we can load this up. How are we doing? 17 in there, 26 in there. That's not quite 50. So this ship isn't actually going to leave. So this system does somewhat rely on me getting through enough vulcanite for the train to keep coming out here and taking it away. I wonder where my spaceships are at the moment. Volcano is on its way to Miochin. Okay, so we're going to start using that in a moment. It's a bit of a trek to go back and forth between those two. I'm just glad that it's not going further. Actually, maybe I should be putting multiple ion engines in these, and actually that isn't fast enough. Or maybe I should just be making another copy, an identical copy of this ship, and having 2 of them on the route. Because the system at the pickup end is clearly capable of producing the vulcanite more than fast enough for that to keep going. I don't know what you mean, Mark, sorry. And I don't know how long ago you said that, actually, to be honest. I'm afraid. I was concentrating a bit too much. I do apologise. How far out is it? 30 seconds. Okay, so yeah, so the system, I think possibly just making another identical ship to this and having 2 of them doing the same route is probably going to be the best idea. What's happened here? Nauvis. Oh, what got damaged? I didn't see. Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, once that happens, it should all sort of ripple back, and then I should get a ship coming through here, and we can make sure that everything looks like it's working properly. But I feel that everything does look like it's working properly at the moment. I think this is probably going to be okay, but I shall wait and see a little bit. Oh dear. I also need to consider what I'm going to do about shipping in the copper ore. Maybe I'll have that unload on the other side. Yeah, that could work. If I have an identical ship, oh no, it needs to be a three long one, so we have an extra thing on the bottom of it, because I don't think there's room to have an extra thing on the top of it. Although we'll see when the ship arrives. And that could do basically the same sort of thing, but with copper ore, and it could unload in the same place and just put copper off to the other side. That should work. Okay, let's have another look at Miochin. Right, so that's landed there. That's running. This is now getting through the vulcanite, which is unloading unevenly from the train for some horrific reason. Oh, there's a minus 20 on there. Maybe the minus 20 isn't enough. I'm confused. That should be enough to trigger this to go off and go and get some more. Right, it's debugging LTN time. Have I had a ping for Miochin in here anywhere? Yes, no station supplying vulcanite found. Did I not wire these up because I didn't bother? Why is that red? Oh, it's red because I've hooked it up to the station. I know. Ah! Right, but let's do this one first, because this is the one that needs to be picked up from. This should not be linked up to the station. Now you are happy. You should be happy. There we go. Right, it's working. How much have we got in here anyway? 86,000. Alright. That's a healthy amount. So we should get a couple of trainfuls. The train should run down around a couple of times. I could load copper and stone into the same warehouse. It's not a bad idea. I'm trying to think which one would fill up first, but as long as I knew which one was going to fill up first, then I could have it. Then I could dispatch the spaceship at the right time. Oh, except it's difficult to examine a to tell how much of a thing is in the Sorry, I'm not explaining that very well. It's difficult to look at a warehouse and tell whether it's full or not. Basically, what I'm trying to say. And go around again immediately. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. I should also unlink these ones as well. I probably am not going to ever actually need those. Having gone in and put all that effort, well, that little bit of effort into going in and making all of these extra mines, I may actually not end up not needing them at all, but we'll see. Oh, that's a good idea. Yes, that would work. Good thinking. Right, so we're filling up this ship now. This is at, let's just hover, 180, okay. It's still starting to fill up again, is at 46, so we've only got another 4 to go on there. I think so, yeah, I think ore's all stacked to the same size, including stone. Not certain, but I think that's the case. This is a bit slower than ideal, but never mind. And that's just, I suppose it's a bit slower than ideal because this planet isn't very big and therefore doesn't produce particularly enormous quantities of core fragments. So yeah, c'est la vie. But it is filling the spaceship up. It will eventually Eventually get to the point where we're still at 46,000. But the nice thing is, when the spaceship flies away, this warehouse will pick up a buffer, and then when the spaceship comes back, hopefully the warehouse will be completely full, and the buffer will just drain straight into the spaceship. And we'll do it at the whatever rate 3 belts go, which is clearly too slow because this one is still filling up as well. But oh well. Until I upgrade to having trains rolling on and off my spaceships, there's not a lot I can do about that. Okay, I'm going to stop looking at this for a moment and think about something else. So, how are we getting on? Core chunk processing done. Set up ships with vulcanite from Miochin to Nauvis orbit. I haven't done that. I'm not quite sure if I want to. I think I probably do, but I'm not certain. Especially as having multiple ships for multiple destinations would be okay. It's having, yeah, that'd be all right. Core chunks from Miochin to Nauvis, done that. Core mining for other planets, especially copper core planets. I need to do that. Beaming power to Nauvis, I've half done that. Vulcanite and glass production on Nauvis. Well, now we've got stone coming, and we should be all right for that. Let's go and have another look at the power beaming situation, because I want to get the receiver up to at least a double one from what I initially made, before I go back to Thingamaplace and do the other bit. Sorry, I want to get it up to having both banks in, so it's going to do 100. It's going to do 1.2 gigawatts basically before I go back to Asalia orbit and Calidus orbit and get that switched over. Speaking of Asalia, actually, I should have another look at the fuel situation and see how that's getting on. Because we were ripping through it at a crazy rate before and it just wasn't keeping up, so that kind of needs fixing. Even with 2 roboports charging my bots, it's still a bit of a bottleneck. Pun not really intended until after I started saying it. Why do I not have underground pipes? Grr. Or pumps. Okay. Partial success. I put down all the heat pipes I needed, but I didn't put down the underground pipes because I don't have any underground pipes for some reason. I don't know why that's not in my list of things I want. Probably because I keep going to space and they're not so useful up there. So let's get some more of those. And oh yeah, I need to make some more these things, offshore pumps. So I'm short of both iron and copper for that. So I run along here a bit. There we go. Here come the pipes that I ordered. Good. I feel like there's not really much more I want in the way of research now. I've done all of the stuff I care about that I can research. Everything else all the stuff across here. I don't really care about any of this. Oh, deep space discovery zone. Actually, that's relevant to my interests. Let's have a couple of levels of that. Because at some point I'm going to want to go to deep space. Eventually. Okay, that'll do. It's enough. Enough pipes. Right, let's get this finished off. Blop, 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 blop. Right, how hot are we down here? Again, we've got about half the turbines going. We've got some of them going on this side. Are these just simply... They're not quite up to temperature, so is that because the heat pipe isn't? Yeah, the heat pipe is. The heat pipe, and basically everything's being held at about the static temperature because there's not enough energy coming in. So that's good. It's pretty much what I'd expect to happen. Dark flare the asteroid field. That's quite a sinister name. I think that means it is now time to fly back to Nauvis orbit, get some more solar panels, and head over to Calidus and get that built up and upgraded and build a second one as well. How hot is the one on Nauvis on Miochin? That's an interesting question. Still up at 8,000 degrees C. Okay, that's doing pretty well, I'd say. 8,000 degrees C is jolly hot. It's going to keep this producing energy for quite a while yet. Okay. Oh, actually, no. Let's still looking at Miochin. Has that spaceship taken off yet? No. 48,000. Okay, it's halfway from where I was just saying. Crystal Collective. Who names these things? Let's have a look at some. Let's have a look at a couple of these. I'm curious about these deep space asteroid fields. Dark Flare. Those are some big old asteroids, actually. I'd quite like to go and try and build on those. I mean, they're actually big enough that it feels like it might be vaguely worth building on them. I presume that purple stuff down there is naquitite, okay, to make naquium. And there's little patches of methane ice. That's quite could potentially, and some stone as well. I mean, you'd think the entire asteroid would be made of stone, wouldn't you? But maybe not. Cool. So that's somewhere to go in the dim and distant future. The other question is, how far away is that? Oh, it doesn't say because I'm looking at it at the moment. There we go. If I close that and reopen it. 37,000 delta V. That's quite a long way. What was the other one? Crystal Collective. That was the other deep space one. Oh, actually, I know about a few of them. 81,000, 31,000, 87,000, 37,000. So these are quite a distance. It's going to take me a while to get out to any of those, I think. Fortunately, I've got the Calidus asteroid belts I can go to first for the, and it's going to be quite a while until I need to go out to any of these ones. Oh yeah, that's the point. How much naquium do they have, or naquitite do they have? So this one's got a some 3, 2, 1, 1, 0, 0. Oh, it's quite a big one by the looks of it. 3, 3, 1, so that's slightly bigger. 6, 7, 3. Okay, so that's a good one to go to. It is 37,000, 38,000 delta V away. But that's almost the nearest. Oh yeah, Interstellar map. How do I Interstellar map? It's from here, isn't it? I can't zoom out, scroll wheel out any further. Ah, here we go, Interstellar map. Calidus is there. So Shattered Skies, Dark Flare are the two close ones. That's the one that didn't have any. That's the one that had loads. Yeah, so this is the one to go to, Dark Flare. At some point in the future when I actually need to. At the moment, don't need to. Not going there. Go away, star map. Okay. Okay. I don't want to assume I've got that core mining unloading correct, because that seems like a foolish thing to do. Because I'll probably find that I haven't, and it'll be annoying. So I kind of don't want to take off yet. But it's going to be ages for this. It's going to be a while till this ship fills up. It's 49,000 actually. It's nearly there. It's still going to be a little while till this ship fills up, and then it's going to be even longer until it actually manages to get to. Well, this is Miochin already. Until it manages to get to Nauvis. So yeah, I don't know. I'll carry on. It's not that difficult to get back here anymore. So let's see. I'm going to head back out to Calidus. That means I need solar panels. I need space scaffolding. I need beaming gear, all of which comes from in space. So I'm going to go back up to Nauvis orbit now. Oh, and I've just remembered I was going to have a look at Asalia. Let's just fly over there first, because it's not as if it takes very long. Pew, 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 pew. Anchor. Right. There. That'll do. Oh no, I haven't quite parked inside that tank. That's all right. That's true. I can. Yes, I might be able to do some fixes remotely. That's a very good point. How's my fuel? Fuel supply has been topped up, so the system does seem to be working. The ship flew off to Asalia, filled up with fuel, brought it back here. Good. I mean that's what it's supposed to do. So it seems to be all right. Good. So now I need huge quantities of everything. Let's go and have a look. Oh, I flew over some spaceship floor, so it told me I can't fly inside. It's nice of it. Right, so we need. I do want another beamer. I do want another one of these, and I want another 3 of those really. So need more airframe bulkheads, more superconductive cables. 2, 8, 2. Have that. I brought a load of junk with me, which I don't want and should have left back on Nauvis, as is usually the case. Let's put a chest in my personal spaceship, and then I can unload into it. Actually, I've got the warehouse in there. Let's dump it all in here. I could tidy it up later, probably, if I ever remember and bother. That and that and that and those and those and those and those. And good grief, how much rubbish have I got? These can go in there. Those can go in there. This is where I start getting brought half this stuff back because it's in my automatic requester list thing. But still, it's I'll realise sooner or later. Oops. Keep those. Oh no, don't request any of that stuff. Crap. Like I said, I'm just going to end up with half of it coming back again, but it's still worth a shot. Right, so I need some more of the superconductive cable in order to make the another beam injector. And I'm probably going to need a massive quantity of... let's take 10 of those. And I'm probably going to need an enormous quantity of more mirrors and things like that in order to get the doohickey. In order to get enough solar panels. We'll see how that's getting on, though. Come down here. Solar panels. 291. That's not done badly, actually. Have it. What have we run out of? Mirrors and solar panels. I should have them pulling out of the same chest, really. It makes it a bit easier to keep it balanced. 3. Right, okay, so that's enough to make another transmitter, isn't it? Now whether I've got enough power, well, I haven't got enough power, because it's 150 per gigawatt, and ideally I want 4 more gigawatts. That's a lot of gigawatts. So that is, in fact, 600. And I've got 200, 300 and something. So I'm halfway. I could get it running at... Well, actually, no, I could only get it... I wouldn't be able to get it running at 50% power. I'd be able to get it running at 33% power. We'd have exactly the same amount of power as I've got at the moment, which would not be helpful at all. Oh, unless I just switched over and made the current thing, the current beaming device, 3 times as powerful, rather than building up another one. That might be easier, actually. Rather than making enormous quantities of all of the solar nonsense. I mean, yes, I'll need it eventually. Let's get some more mirrors, so that at least when we come back, there'll be hundreds of them, and I can then, on my next trip out, I can get that working at full whack. Why are there not more mirrors being made? What have we run out of? How can we have run out of... What is this? Iridium. What? How? It's being requested. We've got a spaceship bringing it in massive quantities. Look, there's loads of it right here. Not connected to the station. Fail. There we go. Hello, spaceship. Don't know which one it was. I mean, it was that one leaving. I don't know. There we go. Right, we're going to have a lot of iridium trains coming through now, I suspect, because that was an astonishing fail. Let's have a distraction and have a look at Nauvis and see if we've got. Yes, no, that's vulcanite. Okay, that's vulcanite being dropped off where vulcanite's supposed to be dropped off. Good, that's all right. There's no spaceship here though, so let's have a look at Miochin. There is a spaceship here. It is full and it has not left. That is wired up. Where have I screwed up here? So we're saying here, if then output 1 tick, it's not outputting a tick. It's got an input signal. It's not connected to the chest. God, it's amateur hour around here. There we go. Blip. Right, the core Miochin is on its way. Good. The volcano is currently parked on Nauvis unloading, so that's also good. What am I trying to look at? Let's look back at Nauvis. Has the volcano managed to build up a surplus yet? That's the big question. No, it hasn't. It's still it's bringing 2 train loads along at a time, and they're all just getting nommed, just pulled away and used up instantly. This is satisfied? I can't tell. I don't see any numbers on any of these pylons because I'm looking at the wrong end. This is at 4.7 thousand, so this is satisfied because it hasn't gone negative. So we've brought up enough now that we've brought up enough over to here that it's flowed through. It's filled up all of the buffers in here, and then flowed through to fill up all of these buffers along here. So that. Oh, this is actually still running down here on the. This is steel. Yes, steel. Steel is still running. But other than that, we've brought in enough vulcanite to make everything satisfied. So it's going through at a slow trickle. So I think we are filling up all of the buffers that sort of gradually get filled up. So I think this ship is in fact enough for the current demand. So that's quite good. We've got this steady flow out of here. How are we doing for stone as well? 25,000. Okay, so there's enough here for a train to be summoned. This should probably be a prioritized station, as should the other. In fact, this one and this one should probably be prioritized at the same level. How are we prioritizing this? We are prioritizing it as a 4,000. That's quite a high priority, but okay, I mean it's entirely arbitrary. So we'll make this a 4,000 priority as well. With this one, yes. Because we want to keep this station empty so that there's never any problems with unloading the vulcanite here. We also want to keep all of these stations, and then we want to. Oh no, actually no. This should be an even higher priority. We want to set this one to 5,000. So yeah, so there'll always be room to unload the vulcanite here. That's important. Then we want to make sure that we take from here by preference, because that's where. Because if we don't want, say, this one to gum up because the trains have been going off and getting stone from the stone mines, because this is free, and if this backs up, it'll cause all of these other ones to back up. So we want all of this to keep running all the time. This is a fairly high priority. Yeah, so I think that's all okay. All right, back up here. What am I doing? Oh yes, I've got the. I'd fixed the iridium problem. And I was going to come over here and put lots and lots of these in these chests so that they can carry on making the solar panels. Right. How many have we got now? There's another 45. Okay, we'll take them all. That's fine. I also need a lot more of this. Okay, I guess that's a way to get a lot more of that. Why is this not emptying? Is it just because I'm short of bots? I think it might be. think I need more logistic spots up here. Problem is, the logistic spots up here all crash because of the interference, and I'm using them quite heavily now, so it's just not a good way of doing it. I have to think about that at some point. Right, let's go off to Kalidas. And while I'm en route, because it is a 30-minute drive, why do I not have speed set? Yeah, sure, there isn't anything plugged into there to set them, but I just feel that if I'm not unsetting them, they should just stay constantly set. Anyway, right. Going to Kalidas orbit, it's going to take 2.5 minutes to get there. Okay, while that's running, let's have another look back at Nauvis orbit. So the problem we've got here is that all of the stuff that gets brought up by the spaceship that docks here and dumps onto this belt goes into this landing pad and then goes into this purple warehouse. Am I? Oh yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it all goes into this purple warehouse, and then bots redistribute it to wherever to the rest of the storage around here, which is, to be honest, a bit crap. I'm not sure what's better though. Possibly having a sushi unloading belt, and then having a series of chests like this that store all of the different things, and then maybe a miscellaneous one at the end. And then the bots can still come and grab stuff. They just don't have to double handle it quite so much. That would at least save a journey. And then I wouldn't... Yeah, I mean, it might be better. These chests down here are probably a nonsense these days. They just need to double or triple handling. Should probably get rid of those. And all of that would just save a bit on bot work, and therefore keep everything a bit more streamlined. Yeah, I should probably do that, but obviously not right now because I'm off doing something else. We are flying to Kalidas, and we are still 47 seconds away. Okay. Yeah. We shouldn't have any problems with power. It's interesting actually that even though we're flying practically into the sun, we're still using the accumulators a little bit, and even though these are only outputting at about 50% of their capacity. Well, that's a bit weird actually. No, we're not using power from the accumulators. Oh, we are a little bit. That's the orange one, presumably. Yeah. Maybe those spikes are bigger than... Oh, yeah, so we're going up to... When that doubles, it actually more than doubles for these sort of real spikes off the top. So that's why the accumulators get pulled in. Okay, fair enough. I think I've satisfied myself over that to my heart's content. Okay, let's land... Yeah, I was going to make this one more powerful, then I make another one later. So we'll land here. This is a good place to be. Then I shall continue making more of this up here. And I'm probably going to end up making putting down a second one of these things as well. Yeah, because that only goes up as far as there. So let's copy that like so, and this will need to go. Oh, okay, that's bigger than I was expecting. Put another copy of that there then. There we go. There's some that aren't powered now. So now put this one in. Come on. Oh, all right. It was already moving. All right. I mean, really, I should put it there or there to get an extra column of solar panels. So let's. And in the same thing, I should put that on the same idea. I should put this one there. Oh, wait, I can't put it that far away because then it's out of range of the... There we go, I need to put it there. I can still get that extra column in, though. Are these 3 wide or 4 wide? 4 wide. No, put them in the right place. There we go. And some more. More. How many more of these? How many more have I got? Quite a lot more, actually. Oops. Oh, fine. Actually, there might be more of that in here. There's a bit more. Enough to finish that row anyway, which is what matters. Put that there. Don't care. Put it there anyway. And then another couple of rows there. I feel like that might be enough for now. How much? 6.3 gigawatts. Wow. Okay, that's a lot more than I was expecting to be producing. My earlier maths must have been a bit stingy. So let's bump this up to a triple. So we now should be outputting. It doesn't tell me how much I'm outputting. Oh, maybe it does if I click on it. Emitter strength 1.75, 1.8, 1.87, 1.9. It's going up. I'm expecting this to get to 3 gigawatts, to be honest. If it doesn't, then there's something wrong with the system. But I'm still getting 64% transmission efficiency. That's, to be honest, that's expected. It's what you get for firing a laser beam through the atmosphere. Now, does that mean that I'm now going to be heating Nauvis's atmosphere with about a gigawatt of extra energy? I suppose heating a planet with a gigawatt actually isn't that significant. A gigawatt is quite a lot of energy, yes, but a planet is massive, so I probably don't need to worry about it. So yeah, that's getting up close to 3 gigawatts. That's satisfying. I now want to build. So how much? And I've still got another 2 gigawatts to play with. So that means I can set up another little one. And use it to carry on powering Miochin. Let's put it over here, just in case I decide I do eventually want to make this into a much bigger one for whatever reason. There we go. Are you powered? You should be. Yes. So I can now tell you to target. What? Oh, there we go. Miochin. And zap to where is it? It's up here somewhere. There we go. That one. And engage. Boom. There we go. So in that time, let's see how what Miochin got down temperature. Miochin got down to 7,000 degrees. So it lost about 1,000 since I last looked at it, which is quite a while back. But I think that's going to be absolutely fine. And I can pass this around between various different planets as I need to. I think that should be all right. So that's 6.7k. Okay, I don't think this is going to be ready by the time the spaceship comes back at this rate. In fact, speaking of that spaceship, how does it even sort them? Oh right, let's do. If I do that, it should be easy to find. He says in a questioning tone. No, just put them all at the bottom. It does. Call Miochin. Ah, okay. So, oh, why is it here? It's presumably it's refueling. I mean, it would be if there was any fuel. Why is there no fuel? Have we used up all the fuel? No, but there's no power available. What the hell? Power substation. Let's just go. I don't care. I want it to just work like that. Right. So basically it's worked before because there's almost always been a spaceship parked somewhere around here. That's just covered blanketed the area with power. That's crazy. um. Okay, so that should now, yeah, that is now obviously is now pumping. So that should mean that this ship will now be filling up as it is. Good. And once this gets to full of fuel, it will then drop down onto Nauvis, which is funny. I thought it went. I didn't realize it did things in that order, but apparently it does. So yeah, sure. I'm not going to worry about that until I see a reason to worry about it more. Right, let's have a look at Nauvis now. It must go Miochin orbit Nauvis because it's in orbit with a full load. Either that, I say must. It's either that or I've screwed up. So I'm going to assume that I haven't screwed up for now. And we'll see in a moment how it goes. Right, that's looking a lot healthier now. Oh crap! Yes, that's alarmingly possible. Oh yeah, I was aware it was, but I was feeling optimistic. Yes, you're quite right. That should be where is it? That. Damn it. Have I changed everything else that needs to be changed? Yeah. All the rest of them is doing the same planets, so yeah, I think everything else is correct. That's probably enough fuel to get off Nauvis again, I think. I'm going to send it back to Nauvis manually because I wanted to unload. Okay. There was a queue for refueling. I'm gonna have to go and find that spaceship now because I want to make sure it's doing something sensible. It is good, and it is now unloading as well, which is even better. Now it has occurred to me that there's 6 inserters unloading here, 6 loading up here, and 12 unloading here. So these are never going to be fully busy unless the whole thing backs up. So that's a bit of a waste of space. What I might end up doing is having a second landing zone for core mining ships in sort of next to it here. And reroute the belts, of course, or up here or down, or also maybe just below or something like that, so that I can have 2 of them unloading, and then we have. So once I get a proper flow of these ships going, we can have them coming in from 2 different planets, unloading at the same time, and then queuing up to refuel. I guess we'll see how that goes. This is backed up, interestingly, because I can't put inserters in the right way around because apparently I'm a numpty. How many more of these are wrong? We've got full belts coming out here and not so full here. Sigh. Why is it apparently difficult to put inserters in the right way around? Ooh, this one's starting to struggle to get through here because is anything backing up? No, it's just that there's an actual full belts of iron and copper coming out of here. Well, full belt of iron and a nearly full belt of copper, and that's causing the thing to slow down slightly. I think I need to put in a second iron belt. Huh. Have to admit, that was not a problem I was expecting to have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Oh, yeah. So after the first, after the second, after the third. So I want to put in... So actually I want to have this. I want to have another belt going across here. No, the iron is flowing freely down at the bottom end. The belts... All of the belts before these balancers are upgraded. Afterwards, no, there's reds, and I think it's all reds because it's going from 1 to 3 belts, so that's fine. All the way up here, yes, it's blue all the way to back here, apart from this one that comes in from somewhere else. So I think this is because it produces more iron than it does anything else, and it has got to the point where it is producing more than the amount of iron that will fit on a single belt. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to do it a little bit further down because I'm going to. I was going to say I'm going to want to do the copper. Let's say if I do the copper, I'm going to want to do the coal and the stone as well because they produce as much of those as you do of iron. Let's just do the iron for now. At least that'll help a little bit. This needs to be turned into a better balancer, a higher throughput balancer specifically, which that isn't. In fact, you know what? Forget it. Let's black that and that, and put in the proper thing, which would be a 2 to 3. Let's go for the long design this time, like so. Yeah, that'll do. And then upgrade, and then like that, and like that, and we can get rid of that bit. In fact, that could just be fed straight across there. Never mind. Actually, let's be neat. Then I can feed. Then up here, I can feed this down like that. Oh, for the solar thing, that's an interesting idea. Why are my trains broken? What the hell are you doing? What? Oh, these aren't programmed. Nice Mexican wave effect there. Right. Oh dear. You just go straight back to depot because. Right. Okay. That's that one. Yeah, that one was working, so that's fine. Where was I? Oh yes, I was building up these iron. Come on. Belts more sensibly, like that. And then why is this not working down here? It just hasn't been built yet. Okay. We do have Roboport coverage, so it will get built. Oh, it's probably because it probably took twice as long because I put it in as a yellow first and the box got confused, and then before they actually did, the second lot came through, I imagine. Tends to be how it goes. Alright, there we go. So there we go, that's now flowing freely. We'll get that pumping through. Yeah, that looks okay. Now at some point soon we're going to get exactly the same problem with the copper, because the copper belt is going to be completely full. But there's not, I mean, short of just doing exactly the same thing again for the, but if I do it again for the copper, I'll have to do it for the stone and the coal as well, because they come out at the same rate. And maybe I should be, but I kind of can't be bothered. And the copper would be relatively easy, relatively. I think I might just leave it as it is for now. That's probably going to be enough throughput, and it puts a little bit of back pressure on here, so we can fill this up a bit. I don't know if that's not exactly a good thing. It's just a thing. Yeah, I think I'm probably. Oh, actually, that's interesting. Yes, of course, because the input here isn't actually the full. It certainly isn't the full 6 blue belts, and it appears it's not actually a full 3 three blue belts, because of probably because of the productivity modules and the fact that the amount of stuff that comes out is so much bigger than the amount that goes in. So yeah, so this buffer actually is going to be useful. We are going to hopefully be able to unload the ship faster than this gets unloaded, and this will gradually go upwards. And then when the ship goes off, yeah, we'll have plenty in here to tide it over. So yeah, I think that is going to balance a bit better than I was expecting it to. So I think this is probably going to be about right. My biggest question is whether I'm going to be able to produce copper fast enough to keep everything running. Given that there's 22,000 in here now, which is more than the trigger value, it seems that the answer is yes, we do actually have enough copper. It seems to be coal that we're using the most of at the moment. 8 minutes is quite a jump. Never mind. I've spent a lot of time going what this stream. So if you play it back at an increased speed, it probably won't matter. I could actually, yeah, I could prioritize this input here because this. I was going to say it's free wherever it comes from, but it's not because this requires travel time as well. Using up the actually no, it possibly should be the other way around because using up the core fragments that come from Miochin means I get free vulcanite on Miochin that only costs fuel, rather than using up the mine patches on Miochin. I don't know whether that's good logic or not, or whether that's a reason to do it or not. Those are quite big. Those are quite big patches though, so I think, yeah, let's go for this one and save a bit of fuel. I don't know how much of a difference that's going to make. I can do an input priority left on that one as well, because that'll then, yeah, yeah, this should, well, this is now flowing completely freely. It's not backing up at all. So yeah, that's having an effect. That goes and then goes around here. So if we say left input for that one and right input for this one, that's prioritizing this as much as I possibly can. I don't need to worry about balancing down here because it's all going into the same warehouse. So that's nice and easy. Yeah, that's good. Now, part of me at this point is going grumble grumble. I wish I had loaders grumble grumble, because then I could just stick a loader in here and we'd have the full 6 belts stream out of all these spaceships. But I think I'm going to consider that not to be such a bad thing. It's going to give me a bit more of an incentive to start actually doing train spaceships, which I think is probably going to be a good idea. And to be honest, I should probably start doing that before I do too much more with these more basic spaceships, especially if I'm going to start transporting bulk goods around like this. So yeah, maybe I should. Maybe I should try and. That can be a thing maybe for the next stream. I'll come up with a design for a spaceship that a roll-on, roll-off spaceship rather than this sort of belt-based one, because that will be far more efficient. Because what I'm thinking I can do is I'll have the spaceship can land, the train can leave, the train from the previous spaceship can be waiting there and can just roll straight onto the spaceship, so it's then ready to take off immediately straight away. I'm wondering now as well whether I could do something like that with fueling. So my original thought was to have the spaceship sort of much like this, similar sort of shape, with a train parked up one side, train parked up the other side, and then solar panels, fuel tanks, and so on down the middle. It occurs to me it'd be quite nice to run a train full of fuel into it and dump that into the tanks, and then have the train go back out to refuel again, because then you'd be able to have pumps going directly from fuel wagons into tanks, and as we all know, that is much quicker. Because at the moment, I feel like the refueling process is possibly the limiting factor on how quickly my ships can get around. Possibly that's just an incentive to produce to develop antimatter drives, because I imagine that might fill up. That's going to be much more efficient. But that's presumably going to be a horrific deep space. Yeah, that's a deep space research type technology. So that's quite a long way off. I could put multiple pumps coming into these ships. Problem is, it's the pipe on the other side that's part of the limiting factor. And also then I'd lose one of my solar panels, so that's probably not a good idea. I think I might just have to deal with the fact that the refueling step is a fairly slow process. Oop, there it goes. However, I do feel like I have completely solved, certainly I've solved my iron problem, I think, with the rate this stuff's coming through and compared to the rate I use it. The copper is used twice as quickly as the iron, so I'm going to run into some issues there until I get the copper core mining going. Stone, yeah, there's plenty. I think there's plenty of that around. As far as I'm aware, I don't use that at a particularly horrific rate. Coal was about coal, and I think coal, stone, and iron were all about the same, weren't they? The uranium, I don't know about that. I mean, it's up to 18,000, so it's nearly a train load, but I think that's probably going to not really be enough. That said, over here, how are we doing here with this? This is completely full. So we have enough, and this is turned off. So we have enough electricity now being produced by the... Me pressing the wrong buttons. I didn't want to be here. Take me back to Nauvis, please. Nauvis. Right. What was I saying? Yes. So this is turned off and this is full. So therefore I have enough power being produced by the solar beamy thing, the whole 1.1 gigawatts that I need, that the nuclear power plants can completely sleep. And that's fantastic because that means they're just going to stop using uranium. These peaks, oh, it's accumulator charging. Okay. Ah, right. So yeah, these green peaks along here, accumulator charging, is from before I got the full, before I unleashed the full power of this battle station, which is fairly appropriate given it's firing a massive laser at my planet. Yeah, so this is from when this was the nuclear power plants kicking back in and charging the accumulators back up again. But now, since putting that in, this has not been required at all. We've had little blips from the accumulators occasionally when it's been night time and there's been something big has kicked in, like the industrial furnaces have gone flat out. But basically, we're happily cooking with sunlight. That is a much more effective way to do solar power than than these banks and banks and banks of solar panels. That said, I mean, these enormous areas of, well, these are all accumulators, but there are quite large areas of solar panels around the base as well. And this was back from when I was trying to defend against coronal mass ejection ages and ages ago. So this was, well, I mean, yeah, it kind of it was a bit silly, but it did work. So it's not stupid. It just was a bit ridiculous within the number of accumulators I was putting around. So these are all chugging away happily. So then up here we have a temperature of 1700 degrees C. It's going up gradually, which is what you'd expect, because I'm beaming in about 50% more power than I expect to be using here. So that's good. We'll get this up to a nice toasty 10,000 degrees or whatever it is it maxes out at, and then I can consider pointing it at other places or using it to zap biters or stuff like that. Yes, that's true. If I did try and load the fuel tanks up with a train, it would take multiple train loads to load them up. I still feel it might be quicker. I don't know. I think it's probably worth cutting out some of the time, and if in the worst case I end up having to put in more refueling stations in Nauvis orbit, then so be it. It's not the end of the world. I know it would be quite not. Yeah, these two overlap, so you can't use both of them at the same time, which is a bit crap. And if I have another copy of any of these ships, then again you'll have queues, potentially have queues forming. But at the moment, I don't think it's too much of a worry. We'll see how it goes though. Oh, there's another one of the ships bimbling around. What's that one? What does the Naga do? Oh, that transports iridium. Ah, awesome. Let's rename it. Can anyone think of a punny name for an iridium spaceship? I don't really know what iridium is, what it's for. It's not... Holmium is the one that you use for all sort of the superconductors and power and that sort of thing. Iridium... no, beryllium is the one that's used for all the structural stuff. Actually, iridium is used for structural stuff as well, isn't it? Because you make the heavy girders and things like that out of it. No, I don't have any good puns that are coming to mind. Let's just call it the iridium. Iridizer, that'll do. It sounds like iridium, enough like iridium that I'll know what it is, but without without me having to, without it being boring. Tough one to think of a pun, or tough one for something else? Alright, so presumably that means there's no spaceships here. And no spaceships here? Where am I? Makes me wonder where my spaceships are then in that case. Maybe they're all in Nauvis orbit. Or waiting to go into Nauvis orbit. I thought it was coming from Kothar. That makes sense. Oh, I see. Up here. No, I don't see. Oh, right. Oh, there we go. I've turned it on now. It wasn't active before. There we go. So I didn't have all of these things active. So until fairly recently, I didn't really use this this view at all because rockets don't show up on it. So there wasn't any point. This is okay. This is interesting. So we've got the Harking is parked on Nauvis. I don't know which one that is. We've got 2 spaceships anchored in orbit. Okay, that makes sense. So which one is the Harking? Let's find it. Oh, okay, that's the Nauvis orbit shuttle. There we go. Orbit miscellanea. Yeah, I quite like. Oops. I quite like this view. It's nice. It's nice to see the sort of the spaceships flying around and get an idea of where all the planets are and stuff. It's just, I guess, it just hasn't felt enormously useful until now. But yeah, this is quite nice. Right. Let's see. Have I? Let's go in and do some editing of my to-do list. So I've built the core chunk processing up. I've set up ships to take core chunks from Miochin to Nauvis. I haven't done that one yet, still. I'm still not quite sure whether I want to. I need to do a copper core planet. I've done beaming power to Nauvis. Vulcanite and glass production seem to be okay now. And I haven't done the probe silos yet. Was there anything else I was talking about wanting to do during the stream? Because I'm sure there's been lots of things where I've gone, oh wait, I should do this. Oh wait, I should do that. Oh hang on, this, that, and the other, and then I keep forgetting all of them. So yeah, answers in the chat, please. Potentially, yeah, especially if you had large numbers of them all parked there at the same time. Like, I mean, there's plenty of space, but yeah, it could get silly quite easily. This is humming away quite nicely. We've got oodles of power going out that one and some power going out to that one. So I think my plan here is complete. Get in the hole. There we go. Complete. We've got a massive area of solar panels here, but so what? 30 is quite silly, but it could show the first 5 or the first 10 or something, and that would be manageable. And we've got 2 beamers going. That's working nicely. And yeah, so I think that's been. I feel like I've achieved some stuff. There's been a bit of scrambling and going, oh my god, I've done something dumb. I need to fix things. Like when I had to go out to Tulip to sort out the. Oh, let's have a look at that. See how that's getting on with the catching up and so on. Which isn't going to show because I haven't got moons showing. There we go. Tulip, show me Tulip. We've still got 900 in here. Okay. That was. I think that was over 1,000 before. So I think it's getting through them gradually. I hope it's getting through them gradually, but I guess we'll see. At some point, I may well come along here and implement beam power as well for Tulip, just to save on the uranium. But for now, I think it doesn't. I don't think it uses that much power, so it's probably all right. Yeah, we're only using 300 megawatts. Um, Although that said, when everything kicks in, it does spike up to 364 megawatts. Okay, it's not that much higher. What? Oh, we are already on spike, so that's why. Taking half from the delivery. Oh, that's true. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Good point. Um, yeah, let's circuit condition that. That's a good idea. Work when those equals 0. Right, there we go. I've turned it off. This assumes that this is fast enough, and it is fast enough to produce. Ah, okay. That's not going to go down. Ah, right. So it's going to go down very, very slowly because each one of those. So each one of those takes almost 2 uranium-238s, and each one of and then 5 turns into 1. Yeah, okay. So it will get through it. And it would have got through it before anyway. So yeah, that's expected. It's not that this. I'm not expecting this to churn through it. If I was wanted that, I should have put this a few squares higher and had it unload into this directly into this. That might have been more sensible, but never mind. Oh, but then it would probably have filled up, and then something would have blown up on impact. So it's probably not. This is probably a good thing I've done it like this. So it will only get through it as the fuel cells are used up. So it's going to be a very, very long, slow process, but that's okay. What's getting damaged? Norbit. Okay, that's fine. Energy Science 4. Let's see. I'm probably. Let's have a. What does Energy Science need? Energy Science needs its diagram to show up. Why is energy? What has happened to my Energy Science diagram? Let's find that, because without that I can't tell you I can't remember what goes into it. Factorio space energy. That one. All right, Energy Science 4. Okay, so that's solar probes, right? So potentially, I'd need to get my whole sort of probe rocket launching infrastructure set up. So yeah, I mean it's on the list. It depends whether I go off and do the core mining for other planets, to get the copper. But then there's probe silos everywhere. So yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance of doing that next time. And then once that's done, it's going to be from there. It's going to be pretty trivial to do the other one, the other one that requires probes to be launched. Bio 4 is that's just lots and lots of different inputs. That's not too difficult. So I might do. Yeah, I could probably get Bio 4 done without too much difficulty. Oh, I found energy science again. Material. Oh, material was the one that just required basically a bit of everything, wasn't it? Let's try. Come here. There we go. Yeah, material 4 just required enormous quantities of different inputs in order to make that. So that's relatively straightforward, except perhaps from a logistics point of view. And then there's Astro, which is apparently a smaller picture. Let's make that a bit bigger. Yeah, which, as you say, requires me to go out to the asteroid belts to get that, and then the rest of it is reasonably straightforward. So, yeah, I don't know what order I want to do those in. Is there anything particularly pressing in the research tree? That's the first question. Anything that I really, really want? That sounds fun, but I don't know what it does. Spaceship structural integrity could be nice. That's Astro. Bum 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 bum. Self-sealing gel. That sounds like fun, but I think it's just an interim step for stuff. Plague rocket. I don't know. I've not felt any real need for that. Shields. That's quite nice. That's an energy one. Matter fusion. Again, sounds like a. Oh, this is something I wanted, but that's all of them. So that's yeah. Let's just get on with them gradually and get to that. And then beyond there, after beyond here, it all becomes deep space science. So we won't bother looking any further than that. So there's nothing enormously pressing. I think it's just now that I've got to this point, I think I kind of just need to do all of them. So there's no real pressure to do them in any particular order. I might do material first because that seems fairly easy. Or at this point, yeah, I could do bio first for that reason. Yeah, that makes a certain amount of sense. I should probably do this actually. Yeah, do that, and then do that, and then do that. Yeah, doing bio4 would probably be quite a good idea. That didn't require too much weird stuff, and my biological science area is one I was playing with fairly recently, and I feel it kind of needs a bit more oomph behind it because I think it was running rather slowly. So that gave me the impetus to go in and properly upgrade it. Then material seems like the logical one to do next. That said, I guess I'll probably do those until I get bored of just building up science stuff and want to go out and build something a bit different. Like go out and build a new asteroid base or expand out my solar base, and then I'll do one of the other two. So yeah, energy is probably quite a good one. But yeah, I think next time doing some science would be a good idea. If I forget, do remind me because I probably will. I'll probably look at my to-do list and carry on with that instead. Um, let's see, how are we doing for science packs? And that is running pretty happily, so it looks like it's okay. Um, do we have a nice steady stream of all of them? Looks like it actually. Yeah, we've got all three, all three, all three, all three. And what about at the source ends? Because that's where any shortages would become noticeable first. No, Astro is completely backed up. Energy completely backed up. Where's 3? Yes, completely backed up. Material is running. Right, material is up. Material 3 it is. Material 3, there is I'm not going to call it a shortage, but we have definitely been taken a big bite out of that. And the shortage appears to be because of these things not running fast enough. So some speed modules might be in order along here, I think. And then up here, bio. I mean, bio seems pretty happy. It's running, but that's because I'm doing bio research. That's fair. But it seems to be keeping up with it. So yeah, that's pretty good. Just need to come up here and boost these two machines a bit. I'm surprised these don't need boosting as well, but that might be just because we're not that might just be because I'm not doing any energy research at the moment. But it does seem like I've got enough. The buffers are big enough that it can keep up with any random research I throw at it, which is rather nice. Okay, that's a nice plan for next time, I think. So thank you for those suggestions. I'll try and remember. In fact, I'll even put it in the to-do list, so I'm a bit more likely to remember. So I want to more science, yeah. So I'll get that, yeah. More likely to notice that now. Yeah, it has been a while. I've been doing a lot of logistics and infrastructure and stuff like that recently. So, but yeah, make a nice change to do a bit of science for a change. Okay, so let's have a quick. I'll try and have a quick summary of the episode. See if I can remember any of what I've been doing. So we started off on Miochin. I finished off the patch down here where it's loading up the core fragment into the rocket. It's got up to 20k, so that's nearly half full now. I wonder where the spaceship's got to. Let's have a quick look for that. See if we can see it. It's on its way in. It's nearly there. Okay, we're not going to no, let's just close that. What? No, no. Do what I mean, not what I say. Right. Yeah. So the ship is definitely going to get back here before that fills up, but that's not a problem. It can just sit there and rest. I don't mind. I turned off the beamer here for a little while to use that on. That's the next thing on Nauvis. So we've now got solar beam power coming in here, and then I went off and upgraded it as well. So we've got massive solar beam power happening over here now, and we've got up to 1,000 degrees C on the heat pipes, and 2,500 in the receiver. So that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. We seem to have enough heat throughput that we're keeping all of this absolutely chocker. So yeah, again, happy with that. That's all. It's only 536 degrees over here actually, so it's only just hot enough. But it is hot enough. It all does seem to be working, so I'm happy with it. Set up the core chunk processing, which I can't find for looking. Oh, it's over here. So we've got the core chunk miner going here, and then whenever a ship comes in with some core chunks, we can unload it like that, which is rather nice. But I think I need to upgrade that to a train-based system just so I can get the stuff off the ships a bit quicker. The vulcanite supply over here is actually we've hit the point where we've got enough in the system now that there is enough in there for a train to come and pick it up, but a train isn't interested. So we've hit that point with the vulcanite now. That's really nice. Vulcanite has been a problem for so long. It's wonderful to get past that now. So I think the next thing is probably going to be to start taking the vulcanite to the space station by this as well, and generally start shipping vulcanite, possibly even from Miochin. Sorry, from Nauvis. I don't know. It feels a bit dirty to bring the vulcanite here and then ship it back out again by rocket. Just seems like a massive waste of fuel. But fuel is pretty cheap. We've got lots of. I was going to say fuel is cheap. We've got lots of full tanks down here. They're not actually full, but it is being produced at a reasonable rate. So maybe it's not the end of the world. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I could certainly take this one up, stop this one. In fact, let's stop this being a vulcanite drop pad, like that. So now the only place that Ganymede is trying to supply with vulcanite is the space station and the random other planets around the solar system that require vulcanite. So that should make it take some of the load off Ganymede at least, and make it a bit easier. And I can just leave that running now. That should be fine. And then of course I went back out to Calidus orbit and set up all of the solar extra solar power out there. I think that's about it. Those are certainly the main things I've done. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head, so I'm going to stop there. Say thank you for watching. I hope I'll see you again this time next week for the next stream. This has of course been Laurence Plays Factorio Space Exploration. I'll be back on Thursday as well with the Industrial Revolution stream with a handful of other lunatics all going around trying to not be eaten by all the biters. And yeah, we're struggling a bit more in that one than I am in space exploration. But then it's it's the earlier stage of the game where biters are still a difficulty. I've definitely got past that in space exploration now, which is rather nice. So yeah, do come along for that. The GTA videos come out twice a week as well, of course, and I've got a little bit of a backlog of those now, so they're doing well. So thank you for watching, as I say, and I hope I'll see you next time.